couple things I need to check real quick. We are 42. Interesting. That's fine. That's where we need to be. So, I looked some stuff up. Because, I mean, we're done with the main story. Sort of.
We solved the Cuban Missile Crisis 2.
Yes. This game has a very extensive end game. What we've played, the entirety of what we've played is like maybe a quarter of what this game has. We are not necessarily going to be playing the other 75% of this game. In case anyone was wondering, no, we are not going to be playing this game for the next year. That's going to be 5. 5 is that long. But the ending we got is not, I guess, the actual, like, the real ending. There is another ending. And this other ending, is going to take a little bit of effort. It's not as bad as like finishing it. It's like, it doesn't require us to finish like everything. But it is, we might have to play this another week. Hopefully that's it. We'll see. But also, you know, we are playing these games kind of from a lore standpoint. Like we're looking at the story and the lore, right? And I'm stupid. And I have completely missed any of this game's lore. Apparently this game has a lot of stuff that
where was all of it?
I have not been... I don't know. I need to find it. Hold on. Because I don't know where it is. Doesn't matter. What if I do this? Yeah. Here it is. Briefing files. File library. There's a lot of stuff we haven't unlocked yet. For some reason. Maybe I need to go to the... Maybe I should go to the final mission. Maybe that's a, thing. If I go here... Yeah. There we go. So, these are all... Remember when I said this game doesn't really seem to have any codec calls? Like, you just press the one button and then you just get a random message that may or may not be relevant. This game has lots of codec calls, but you have to access them from here.
How strange.
Look at all of these things. And also the one, the one that I was looking for the whole time.
How they met. How I Met Your Miller.
Sometimes, isn't it? What brought that on? We first met as enemies on the battlefield. And now here we are fighting side by side. You mean Colombia? Yeah. After I quit the JSDF. I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries. Despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat. I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then. Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Even back then. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out. And I was left half dead from a bomb blast. Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan. You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms. I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him. And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again. Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again. Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take as a warrior.
Wow, I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later...
That's right.
Here we are.
I knew that obviously he's a Japanese descendant, but I didn't know that he was actually like Japanese, like from Japan. That's the JSDF, the Japanese Self-Defense Force.
Sorry, I only care about the EDF.
So we have a lot of these. We're going to listen to a lot of them today. In fact, I think a good chunk of tonight's stream is going to be listening to a lot of these because I didn't realize that these existed.
Well, the game didn't really tell you.
No, it did not. I guess. I mean, the briefing files thing was always there, but like, I always assumed that it was just. I'm pretty sure for the first few missions, it literally was just the exact same message that he already says to you. So I was like, why would I need to listen to that again? But the other thing that I wanted to say about this game is something that I realized last week. Before I found out that we will probably have to play this for another couple weeks, which is fine. I don't mind, playing this a bit more. Lost joke. The next game that we're going to be playing after this is Ground Zeroes and then 5, because Ground Zeroes is like maybe 2 hours long, and so we're going to go right into 5. This is the last game in which David Hayter voices Snake. This is it.
This is the end of an era.
So
a dynasty.
Yes. So one of the reasons I really want to listen to all these is just because there's a lot of Snake in these. There's a lot of David Hayter Snake. So let's listen to some.
There's a snake in my boots.
Kaz, what kind of shape is that plant the professor gave us in?
First time I laid eyes on it, I thought it was some kind of joke. It was a giant birdhouse, seagulls everywhere. We eventually scraped off most of the rust and bird crap. The underlying structure's intact. Little elbow grease, and we should be in business.
Who used to own it anyway? Whatever shape it's in now, somebody sank some serious money into building it.
From what I can tell, an American university built it as a research platform for ocean thermal energy conversion. The name's still on some of the rusty old power turbines. I'm guessing they must have had government and corporate assistance to build it too. But they couldn't solve the thermal efficiency problem, and the project was canceled. Then after the university abandoned it, a KGB front company scooped it up for next to nothing. At least that's my theory.
How'd the KGB manage to buy a plant built with American capital, front company or not?
Yeah, that professor is quite the operator. One other thing. The plant's set up so that it can join up with other plants of the same standard.
So, they were originally planning on expanding the place, huh?
Hey, let's
As
give it
we
a
have
shot.
now done.
We can get some more people together and build this place up into a proper home for MSF. You're with me on this, right, boss?
Boss? Boss? No answer, just leaves. So Mother Base is kind of like Sealand. It was just this offshore derrick that was intended for a purpose. Then they just, this is costing more money. Let's just kind of bail out and leave it. So it's just sitting there.
I don't think Sealand is as. If Sealand wishes it was like Mother Base.
Well, they don't have much capital.
That's true.
The new plant is a hex type. That gives it more surface area than previous types, and also makes it easier to plan expansions. We're gonna make this place huge.
Hex, huh? Like a beehive.
Nothing wrong with that. They say the honeycomb design is one of the strongest. I hear they're even thinking of using it in tank armor.
Good enough for me. I'll see about finding us some worker bees.
Appreciate it, boss.
Off I go, kidnapping people again. We're not necessarily going to listen to every single one of these. We might listen to all of the Miller ones at least. I find it interesting that Mother Base is using. They ended up using the hex design. I assume that's a reference to Metal Gear Solid 2, because I am going to assume that the big shell is probably based on like Mother Base design.
Big shell. There wasn't just shell. We just went straight to big.
Maybe Mother Base's shell. Big shell is big shell.
By the way, Kaz, who do you think's our queen bee?
Good question. I was thinking maybe Poss.
I was thinking Strangelove.
Well, I can see that. Or maybe Cecile.
On second thought, I might go with Amanda.
How about this, Snake? We'll have an army of queen bees.
Sure. Why not?
Is that a reference to Guns of the Patriots?
Maybe.
Was it the frog soldiers?
I heard something, and I don't know if it's true, but I actually fully believe it. The B&B soldiers from 4, you know, the bosses basically. I heard that Kojima originally wanted them. You know, when you fight them with all their like whatever their machines, their mechanisms, and then you defeat them, and then they're like, you get to that phase where they're like kind of slinking toward you on the ground, and you have to like defeat them again. I heard that Kojima's original plan for that was that they were meant to be naked, fully nude, during that phase.
Does not surprise me. Look at Kojima. Just look at him. He's got that.
Snake, you can
you know
use
that
the Fulton
cat
surface-to-air
meme?
recovery system
Yes.
to send prisoners and unconscious
That's his
mercenaries
face.
you encounter
That's his
back
resting
to
face.
Mother Base. I know you've used the Fulton before, but just to make sure I'm not missing anything, let's review the steps.
Okay.
First, attach a balloon to the unconscious enemy or captured prisoner.
Right. I hook a wire to their waist, and on the other end of the wire, there's a helium balloon.
Right. Then we'll send over a chopper to catch the floating balloon with its recovery hook and reel it up into its cargo hold.
And that's it?
And that's it. We finished installing the recovery hook on the Huey.
Wait, Kaz. Something doesn't make sense about this whole process.
This again.
Well, normally, Fulton recovery is for when you're using fixed-wing aircraft. With a helicopter, isn't it simpler to land and pick up directly?
Listen, Snake. You're going to be calling for recoveries repeatedly throughout your mission. We want to keep the risk of taking enemy fire to a minimum. The best way to get that done is to do the recovery in a high-speed flyby. That's what the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system is for.
Uh-huh. What's the real reason?
Helicopters are cheaper, and the repair bills will start adding up once the bullets start flying.
I thought so. Kaz, I know we need to keep costs down, but...
Boss, you really need to get rid of this whole army mentality. We're not the Pentagon. We don't
Boss,
have
we don't even
billions of
have room for
taxpayer
a
dollars to play
landing
with. And
strip.
besides,
Fine. Just
Where are we going to put
pick
a landing
reason that
strip on
makes
Mother
sense.
Base?
helicopters have quicker response time. Sounds strange, yeah, but it works great. I promise. You'll get used to it before long.
Yeah.
What are we
So-
gonna get a Hind D?
I think we have a Hind D. So on reading through the sort of end game, the sort of typical end game stuff for this game, because there's kind of a recommended sort of order to do things in to kind of make things easier on yourself. For this is more for like 100% like completing, like, you know, completing everything, which we're not really going to do, but apparently at some point you get something called a Fulton mine. And the Fulton mine is a mine that you lay down, and when it is activated, it throws out, I think, multiple like grabbers around it, and grabs anybody who's around it, and takes them all.
That sounds horrible.
And apparently, the Fulton mine is like one of the most OP weapons in the game for defeating vehicles, because remember when we defeated the first vehicle, we got everybody out, and then the boss came out, and then we tranked the boss, and that was it. And then subsequent vehicles, it didn't seem to be happening anymore.
Yeah.
That's because apparently later vehicle fights, they do have a set number of soldiers before the boss comes out. They just get more and more and more. I think one of them had like 20 soldiers that would come out before the boss set out. And apparently the easiest way to do these fights, and the easiest way certainly to get the S rank for these fights, is to use Fulton mines and smoke grenades. What you would do, I guess, is you would I guess the method is to wait until they're all kind of bunched up, all the people are bunched up, and the tank or whatever is hopefully kind of away. You throw a smoke grenade, you trank everybody, you put a Fulton mine down kind of amongst them, like in the middle of the group. You back off, you shoot the mine with a silenced weapon of some kind, and it will go off, and it will grab everybody, and they will be removed. Rinse, repeat until there's nobody left, and you can just trank the captain when he hooks
How
his head
many
out.
people can it grab?
4, I think, at a time.
Oh, I was expecting like 10.
Well, you only ever really get 4 at a time. I think the game only spawns 4 people at a time anyway, so more than that would be not useful. Unfortunately, I don't know that we will be using the Fulton mine during this playthrough, because you need to go through like friggin' 20 plus missions to get to the point where you can actually get the Fulton mine from where we are right now. So we probably won't be getting that, but apparently that's what you do. The actual requirements for getting the quote-unquote true ending, that's what people call it. There are a few extra main missions that will pop up, but the issue is that only 1 or 2 pop up at a time. You have to do it, and then you have to go back and do like whatever extra missions. I don't think it matters which extra missions you do. You just have to go do other missions for a while, and then it'll pop up, and then another one will pop up. And I think there are 6 missions like that will eventually pop up. But then the last mission, there is a few hard requirements. One of the hard requirements is you have to have the second platform built for Mother Base, which I think we already do, because it requires at least 40 R&D, and then you have to keep it up at 40 for a certain amount of time so the platform gets built. The other hard requirement is you need a fully functioning Metal Gear in your base, and it has to have a railgun, specifically. And there is only one way to get the railgun, and that is fighting the flying Metal Gear, whatever you want to call it, and you get it as a drop. And apparently the way you do that is, well, the only way to do it is to defeat that thing without damaging the railgun at all. And even then, I think it's only a chance. I think it's a good chance, but we might do it. We might be able to defeat it without damaging the railgun and still not get it. But that is something that we will have to be doing. But anyway.
Remember why we created MSF Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight. But we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangaea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rifts.
Our strength will take us back there.
I don't understand how this works. So we're going to be a really big mercenary company that can be hired by whoever, and that will somehow help create world peace.
It is the same sort of.
How does that work?
I assume it's the same sort of a belief that Kiryu believes he can solve every problem by punching it.
I suppose. It's like it's not quite. It reminds me a little bit. They're not quite the same, because I don't think that MSF is going to be necessarily intervening in conflicts that they are not otherwise, involved in. But it reminds me of 00 Gundam. 00 Gundam, the group, call them the protagonist group, which I guess they are, but they are essentially an organization, a military organization that intervenes in conflicts between other nations to force them to stop fighting. Basically, that's their plan. They see two nations on Earth fighting, and they go down and they use their overwhelming Gundam firepower to get them both to shut the hell up. And then they leave. And if the premise sounds ridiculous, that's because it is. I don't know if it's really a spoiler to say. The show goes on to reveal that yes, that is in fact a very ridiculous plan.
What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying.
Except you
have
will,
to be strong.
in a way.
Strong enough to defend ourselves.
Yeah.
We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton recovery. Then tell
I
us what
understand
assignment to use them for.
what they
I'll
essentially
take care
want
of
to
the
do
rest.
is make their own country that is focused on fighting, I guess, which is what Outer Heaven was, if you'll recall, from the original Metal Gear. It was basically a country formed of soldiers. But, I just don't understand, what the end goal for that is.
They have
Your old
he
mentor
has
is the boss. She was
like,
known in the West as the mother
an
of special
idea,
forces, right?
but what's
Nothing but
what's
propaganda.
at the end
Actually,
of this path?
it's not
Yeah.
all that far from the truth. I heard the KGB just set up a counter-sabotage cell. Alpha Group, I think they call it. There's even a rumor that West Germany created a counter-terrorist unit within its border police after the debacle at the Munich Olympics. Back home in the States, they've got the illustrious Green Berets, the SEALs, and your personal creation, Foxhound. The seeds sown by the boss are beginning to sprout. Same goes for MSF, right? In creating it, you were carrying on the will of the boss.
Yeah. She taught me how to fight the hard way. She beat it into me.
And now, thanks to her, we can take on missions other than just conventional combat. After all, we've got the same mother as the Army's Special Forces.
Sure.
Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
Well,
Really?
like the
You
professor
can't believe
said,
that?
Can you?
Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value.
Oh, that's it?
Okay.
I was expecting more from that.
Hey, listen, I'm relatively educated. I know about the Cold War and mutually assured destruction. You can skip some of these things. How to pronounce CIA. Sure.
Around here, they say
See ya.
La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing.
Okay.
I expected that.
Can you believe the CIA and KGB were actually in cahoots?
Never thought I'd see that at the station chief level. But I'd heard stories of operatives in the field being on friendly terms.
Seriously?
Most espionage takes place in political hotspots, as you'd expect. But there aren't that many of those kinds of places, especially in a small country. Hang around long enough, and you're bound to run into fellow spies. Like it or not. You start saying hello, and soon enough you're eating dinner together.
Strange bedfellows, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. At any rate, this kind of fiasco is what happens when spies get too familiar. Hard to believe, but some people will betray anyone and anything if it suits their interests.
The strength of human is in its appeal to human emotions, but its weakness is in its susceptibility to those same emotions. That's why the tide in the intelligence world is shifting towards SIGINT, a network of cold digital data, where feelings are irrelevant.
SIGINT also, as far as I know, the name of one of the games that Kojima is currently working on. We don't know what it's going to be. Other than, obviously, spy thriller of some kind. But... Alright, sure, why not?
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they look
I'm not
totally
even worthy
identical.
of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
Did they also have the Fulton
end, they overthrew
system?
the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because
No, they
were
did
honest.
it old school.
They
won
overthrew Dave
because
Bautista?
They were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're
Man,
kind
history
of in
is so
the same
strange.
boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've got to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Got it.
I had no idea that Che fought Dave Bautista, and that's I guess that's why he's, you know, in Hollywood now doing movies and stuff. He's no longer
Yep, he beat Dave Bautista in a cage match.
He's playing God of War himself, Kratos. You hear about that?
I heard about it. I think it's a good casting, but I also heard that the writer is the story is going to be ass.
Yeah. I feel sorry for the first guy they got, because the first guy they got, Ryan Hurst, I think is his name, did the motion capture for Thor in the God of War games, and so like he had that strong connection already. And unfortunately he got injured, and they decided to recast him. I guess he's, you know, it's gonna be someone else.
Well,
Dave.
The injury he got would take so long to heal.
That's true, but then again, like they're not even starting production filming until like October. So like, is it gonna be really take that long?
I think another terrible thing is that the kid that they have picked to be was it Atreus?
Yeah.
You know, he has to be recast.
They are going to
be. In fact, they are recasting him.
I know that they're recasting him for season 2, because season 2 is going to be the time skip when he's a teenager instead of a kid. So like that was already in the plans. He was only ever going to be there for one season anyway.
Yeah, he was there to be young Atreus,
which is unfortunate, because as I recall, the kid in the games is the same throughout. They use the same kid as in the first game. In the second game, I believe.
it's easier when it's just a voice, really.
That's true. And well, the voice and likeness, a little bit of likeness, I think, and motion capture, and then also the second game did take like years to come out, like, you know, whereas the second season of a show would hopefully only take, you know, a year or so.
All I know is that Batista is going to be doing some heavy lifting
maybe
for
Che
that.
couldn't find a place for himself outside the battlefield either.
How so?
He led the Cuban Revolution to victory.
It feels like
That's quite an
maybe a
accomplishment.
Cavill situation.
He could have called it
Cavill?
quits there and
How do you
nobody
say
would
his
have
name? Is
blamed
it
him.
Cavill or
But
is
he
it
left
Cavill?
behind a loving
I've heard
family
both
and a
lately.
cabinet post to
I've
plunge
only ever
back
heard
into
it
the
said
struggle.
Cavill.
First in the
Me too.
Congo, then in Bolivia, where he met his end.
You're overthinking things. Che went back to the battlefield because he was needed there. Read his farewell letter, then you'll understand.
Some say he was too idealistic to fit in with the government.
Too many scruples, most likely.
Maybe so, but I still can't help thinking the reason you look up to Che is because you see something of yourself in him. You left your country behind and plunged into battle. You wander from one battlefield to another, going wherever you're needed.
Che was a revolutionary as well as a warrior. He took up arms to fight for his beliefs. I don't do what I do for any ideology. I'm a warrior. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, boss, you're right. Just wanted to see how we stacked up against a real hero.
A lot of shade glazing in this. I worry that it's gonna be a bit of a Cavill situation where you have this. Obviously, he's a good actor. He's pretty perfect for the part. He's gonna put his all into it, but the actual writing and production is just gonna be complete like shit. Like they're gonna completely waste the opportunity that they have because they don't have anybody on the production team who has even played or even likes the games.
This is this was a conversation I overheard in a stream while some folks were waiting for their pizza to arrive. Just talking about it's like Batista will probably do really well, but the writing's just going to be trash.
Yeah.
Because of who's doing it. And his name escapes me.
I don't
Did
remember.
you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
I don't really read.
That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla
think
tactics
he
it covers
does.
apply to sneaking missions too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory
Boss,
of
are you
guerrilla
saying you
warfare.
don't read or you can't read?
Lawrence of Arabia was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not serious, are you, boss?
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
You could almost say he was some sort of ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, there's a lot of guerrilla warfare in Ghost of Tsushima, wasn't there?
Yeah, and it was viewed by everyone as ultimate dishonor.
Yes, it's true. Everybody hated my character. Yeah, the character I played as in that game.
What's wrong,
I don't own the
Kaz?
character.
You sound beat.
Yeah, the problems never seem to end around here.
You should take a break. Share a cup of mate with the other guys. It'll give you a chance to connect with them.
I wonder if Che and his men ever sat around and drank mate.
Here it
I
is
bet
again.
They did. Che was famous for his love of the stuff.
Kojima?
Kojima is the kind of guy who has a T-shirt with Che's face on it.
whoever
He
thought
does,
this
in
was a
fact, have.
genius.
I bet you
can
he
put it
does,
in
in
a
fact,
gourd
have a
and carry it
T-shirt with
around,
Che's
and there's a
face.
special straw with a filter attached so you can drink it any time.
That's not all. It's full of essential vitamins and minerals, too. Nice to
And
have in a guerrilla
electrolytes.
war when food is short.
Yeah. Wish I had a chance to share some with a blonde Parisienne when I was out hiking.
Well, How do you know about that?
It takes a thief. Or should I say it takes a snake to know one. Snake.
Snake. Were you watching me?
Somehow they keep on, like, even in Metal Gear Solid, it's it's implied that they can see. It's implied that they're watching me essentially play the game, because they can see everything that's going on. It makes sense in Metal Gear Solid because, you know, nanomachines, whatever. It like makes a little less sense in the 60s games, 60s and 70s games, because, like, how do they know? How do they know what I'm doing?
The year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima?
Since he was there to discuss economic issues, Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Huh. Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently, it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered.
Nukes destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom. He said something else, too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
Kojima, are you trying to say
That
something?
bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy
Have
old
you at least
thing like
watched
that.
it once since you
was
got
a
it?
gift, okay?
No.
It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was.
I want to get rid of the
Okay,
boss's
then.
smell.
Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
Alida, right?
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me. That's all.
Are we learning right here now something that I never realized before? Are we learning that Kojima based Big Boss off of Che Guevara? Are we learning that right now?
We need side by side comparison.
I mean, sure. Listen,
You were saying
we're
Japan
gonna go
has
through
a peace
a lot of these.
constitution too.
Yep.
There's actually some that we need to go through
renounced
to open
war
up
in
some
Article
content
9
as
of
well,
its
by the way.
Constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current Constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
Okay. I mean, I already knew that, but you know what? We only skipped a few things.
Yeah, it's not technically a military if you don't call it a military.
It's only for self-defense. They're not allowed to use it to invade anybody else. Unless they're asked to, and then they can.
Forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union, and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow.
Just wait until they start exporting their video games. I think at this point they don't really have a lot of video games in Japan, and this is like what, 74?
Nintendo is still like a card game company.
Yeah, it's not really until the very late 70s or early 80s that they start really getting into video games, and then they kind of, I don't know, I think Japan kind of dominates the video game market from the like mid 80s until like the 2000s when Microsoft finally puts out their Xbox. I mean,
even then, even when Microsoft released the Xbox, Japan kind of scoffed at it.
Yes. And it's still not that popular in Japan.
It still not very popular, but the views have slightly changed on it now. But yeah.
But
Japan,
I mean, if you
in
think,
a lot of ways,
like,
still kind of dominate the market.
In terms of console hardware, yeah, because you have Nintendo, of course, dominates console stuff. You have Sony with PlayStation, dominates console stuff. You had at one point Sega, which, funny enough, started out as an American company and then moved to Japan. I think a lot of people don't actually remember that. But either way, they were a Japanese company when they came out with video games, and it was I mean, for a long time it was Nintendo or Sega, like that was it. And then yeah, and what else do you have? You have Microsoft, who's of course American, but like, what else is there? Even now, in terms of consoles, what else is there? Nothing. You have the PC, which I think is basically dominated by China in terms of the parts that make up a PC, which is funny because nowadays a lot of the parts that make up a PC are the exact same parts that make up a console, which means that the Japanese-made consoles are actually using Chinese-made chips and parts, which are the same as what PCs use. So it's like everything comes from China now. The nuclear umbrella.
everything.
You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that.
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Sure. Let's keep on going. Listen, I think we're gonna get done with Miller, and then we're gonna do a mission, and then we're gonna come back and listen to another person's conversations. There is, in fact, one set of conversation, as I said, that we need to listen to in order to open up some missions for us to do. I'm not gonna tell you what that is. We'll get through. It's not anything of Miller's. Someone else.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
I mean, I assume the thinking is the ships that have nukes on them aren't giving the nukes to Japan, nor are they using the nukes in Japan. They just happen to have them on them. And they're on American bases.
The same rule for like international airports, the same for like ports, is that they outside like the boundaries of the port is kind of like neutral territory because it's a point of egress.
Yeah, I think
I forget what they call it.
I think that American military bases in Japan are considered to be like essentially American soil. So as long as the ships with nukes on them are docked at an American base, American military dock, then it's not really counted as being necessarily in Japan.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for
This
national
again, Snake?
defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum
They have to wait for
defensive
Godzilla
action
to attack
necessary
them.
after an enemy attacks.
Anything defined as self-defense, then?
The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh?
Yeah,
Reminds me of
NPR.
the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan.
Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of Exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF, and I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the U.S. Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima, the guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion.
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
All right. Lost Joke, you enjoying these conversations?
They're just codec calls condensed.
Yeah, if I had realized or that these existed, we would have been listening to these as we went. Unfortunately, I never bothered.
I feel like the game sort of did us a disservice, or did itself a disservice, and not really like pointing us to them.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't forget to give the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
Right.
That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best.
You? I thought you were second in command.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, cuz.
I feel like that comment was a little heavy-handed. What are you implying there, Miller?
I think that you can put him in the combat unit, but I think even if you do, you can't actually use him. Unfortunately. Unlike like everybody else you can use.
March 10th, 1945. 381,300 cluster bombs were dropped on Tokyo. Japanese houses at the time were almost all made of wood. In that single day, a third of Tokyo burned to the ground. My mom lost her family and home in that raid. She had to move to Yokosuka and live with her cousin. The B-29s kept on coming, razing other major cities throughout Japan without mercy. Then, in August, they dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered to the United States at last. After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town, by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born. My father was an officer serving with the government section of Allied GHQ under General Whitney. Whitney was known as MacArthur's shadow, and my father rode his coattails to a pretty high rank. While he was in Japan, he treated my mom like a wife. After he went back to the States, though, she never heard from him. I wasn't born until after he went back. My mom raised me as a single mother. She used the money my father left her to open a shop selling cigarettes and stuff to occupation troops. It was a decent living, but I didn't have citizenship. They're working to change the law now, but back then if your father was unknown, you couldn't get onto the Japanese family register. And in Japan, that means you can't be Japanese. So as I watched the American soldiers around town, I said to myself, I'm a son of America, the victor. My hair and eyes were different from the skinny, downtrodden Japanese around me. I told myself I'd leave this country someday and return to my true homeland. When I was around 10 years old, my mom fell ill, pretty much leaving me to run the shop in her place. One day I found a single picture of my father in the back of a drawer in the shop. I'd show it to the American soldiers who came into the store. A few years went by before one of them told me who he was. I know him, that's Miller. I started asking other guys, do you know where Miller is now? Can anybody tell me where Colonel Miller is now? Turns out he'd left the service and was making a living as an instructor for soldiers in Virginia. It was one of his students who finally told me that. I wrote him a letter in English. I'm your son. I want to go to the United States. Day after day I waited. Then just when I was about to give up, the post office delivered my future to the door. My father sent me some money. I thought my dream was going to come true. I was only thinking of myself. So I went to my bedridden mother and convinced her to let me go. My father arranged for a car to pick me up. It was jet black. When the neighborhood kids who'd always made fun of my hair saw it, their jaws practically hit the ground. I put my mom in a hospital and went on my own to America. When I met my father for the first time, he was living alone in a big house. He told me he'd lost his son, his American son, in Vietnam. He showed me a picture of my older brother. I guess that and his divorce left my father feeling lonely, which is probably why he finally took an interest in me. He'd retired from teaching. He was stooped over, could hardly walk, but he gave me 2 things: the name Miller and money for school. I used it to learn English and then go to college. America was exhausted from years of fighting in Vietnam. They were waging war in a foreign land, while at home, people were screaming for peace. Right after I graduated, I went back to Japan, alone. My father refused to see my mom. It was the first time I'd seen her in years, and she wouldn't even look at me. At first, I thought she was mad at me, but that wasn't it. Disease had taken her mind. A disease she got while she was young and desperate. She didn't even know who I was. I said, "Mom, it's me, Kazuhira." As I spoke, the sound of my own voice rang in my ears. Katsuhira, the name my mom gave me. It means peace in Japanese. I was Japanese. At least, I was the son of this tiny Japanese woman. It was then, for the first time, that I understood the reason, the emotion that inspired my mother to give me that name. She'd watched her hometown and family go up in flames. Her body and her mind were ravaged by war. And yet she chose to have a child named Peace, with a man who was once her enemy. Japan lost the war. But what good is war as a measure of a country? Since the war and up until the oil shock last year, Japan's economy has grown every single year. It's on its way to becoming a stronger country than ever. I stayed in Japan and joined the JSDF. I was 22 at the time. I did it to pay our bills. But it wasn't just that. I could have found work anywhere, and I knew it. And still, I couldn't think of anything else to do with myself. 2 years later, I didn't have to worry about Mom's hospital bills anymore. I left the JSDF and went back to the States. My father was already dead and buried. I was told he'd shot himself in the head. America crushed Japan, but it also crushed my father. My American dream was over. After that, I drifted around and, well, you know the rest. GHQ made women like my mother. It made Japan's peace constitution and the JSDF. And it made me. I was spawned by war, but I don't want to die in one. I won't die for a country, and I won't live like a pauper. I won't have my fate decided by some family register. So as long as I stick with you, boss, I've got a good feeling none of that will happen.
That was quite a bit of good Miller lore.
That was a lengthy one.
I mean, spoilers? I don't know, is it spoilers to say how he actually died? We know how he died.
We do.
Killed by Liquid Snake. In his home. He went on to be a trainer himself, just kind of like his father. He trained Solid Snake, among others. And then I think he was retired in Metal Gear Solid. He was retired, but they still like got him kind of on the line to help Snake. Well, they didn't get him, but you know, they would have if he was still alive. This feels like just tutorial stuff. I want to skip some of this stuff. This is co-op things, which we don't need to worry about. Can ask about the cardboard box.
What's with the cardboard box?
Snake, about cardboard boxes. It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you. There have been a
He was
few recent
excited about
developments in
that.
cardboard box technology. So just to be safe, here goes.
Go on.
You can do much more with a box
He's
than
riveted.
just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there.
Huh?
You can get on top of it and use it
Yeah,
to
I read
reach
this.
high
I never
places,
actually did it.
or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet 2 people could fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit 2 people inside. Any box of similar size will do.
2 men in a box. So you know when we get to a ledge and it says you can't climb up here, if only you had something to stand on. Apparently the box is what you stand on. Apparently if you equip the box and then you can like drop it from the menu, you just drop it on the ground and then you can climb up onto it and then use it to get to higher places. Which is something I read about one time and I just completely forgot that we could do that.
Up to 2 people can fit inside a cardboard box.
Tell me how.
Move close to a box with a teammate inside, and
All
an
about
icon will
this.
appear. Then press the action button. You'll stay inside as long as the action button is pressed.
So, same as snake formation, huh?
Exactly the same. In fact, when you put on a cardboard box when snake in, both of you can climb inside.
Snake in.
A box big enough to hold me and my buddy. These are fine times we live in, hey, Kaz?
Yeah. Sure, boss.
Nice.
He's loving any conversation topic that is about a box.
He loves
Snake,
boxes.
The R&D team came up with something new.
What's this?
It's a cardboard tank. It's got enough room for 2 people. Same as any other cardboard box.
Hot damn.
Apparently the guy in front drives, and the guy in back is the gunner.
Hold on, Kaz. Who the hell came up with this thing?
I'm sorry, boss. He meant well, I swear. I know it's nowhere as good as a real tank, but still.
It's brilliant.
Huh?
The perfect synthesis of stealth and attack power. Compact, elegant design. The finest example of a weapon I've ever seen. Seriously, Kaz, I need to meet the guy who made this. I want to shake his hand.
You serious? Snake, look at it.
It's a masterpiece in every sense of the word. You don't agree?
No,
No.
Why is that? A tank? I like it.
Boss?
I hate tanks, but this one I think I could get used to. I love that it's a zero-emissions vehicle. It will not hurt the forests of Costa Rica.
What?
Nice
I mean, it is
work,
made of
Kaz.
trees, though.
I see I made the right choice making you second in command.
But is there something wrong with me?
I feel like that was all like tongue in cheek. Like that's not
A lot of
really
these are.
the conversation.
But I mean, these conversations make the codec calls worth it. There are plenty of like wacky codec calls in the other games too.
It's like,
Friggin-
hey boss, want to talk about? He's like, what do you think of cardboard boxes? Huh? I love cardboard boxes.
Cardboard.
Snake, about that cassette player Galvez was carrying.
Oh yeah, I was
What
gonna look
about
and
it?
see when
That was no
did the
Russian
Sony
imitation.
Walkman come
It
out?
was the real deal.
Sony
A prototype developed by a Japanese
Walkman.
company.
Get out of here.
A prototype.
It had the Sony
Okay, so
logo on it.
that explains
The
it then.
product name is Walkman.
See, I thought it came out in like 80 or
Walkman.
something.
It's a revolutionary new
Well,
concept.
Like
yes.
79
Music
or
you can
80.
listen to on the go. You can take it with you when you leave the house. I gave it a listen, and you wouldn't believe how good the sound quality is
There's
for
the
something so
Wikipedia
tiny.
link on this.
And in stereo too. Think of the technology that
I've
must have
had
gone
myself
into
a
it.
few
And that
Walkmans
tape
in
is
my day.
equally amazing. The treble range is clearly superior to any other cassette ever made. Stylish too.
Yes.
How'd Galvez get his hands on a model that's not even out yet?
Beats me.
79.
It's not the kind of thing I'd expect some stodgy Soviet to be into.
Me
All
neither.
right, sort of.
Tell you what, though,
It's sort of.
it's a fine piece of work.
5
Makes it let me
years.
listen to my music when I want, where I want.
I never thought I'd hear you say that. but I have to agree. I'm a recording freak, and I always used to laugh at the idea of a portable player. But now that I've seen it in action, I've changed my mind. Being able to take your music with you, this could be the start of a revolution in music.
Could be.
I'm having the guys at Mother Base study and analyze it. Who knows? They might be able to come up with something even better.
Okay, so the Walkman itself came out in 79. Of course, this game takes place in 74, so that's what they're talking about. It didn't come out. And I was thinking to myself, what music does he have that he could play in that? Because surely there wasn't any, like, cassettes out. But no, actually the cassette, the compact cassette that a Walkman would play, first came out in 63.
Yeah, they've been around for a while, but they were mostly used for, like, data.
Yeah, because I mean, I know they had like other kinds of like tape media, like obviously 8-track or even like reel-to-reel stuff, but I just didn't know that when compact cassettes came out. Let's see. These could be interesting conversations.
Amanda and her crew tell me they've managed to identify several different categories of mercenaries employed by the CIA.
Give me a rundown. Sounds like info I could use.
No problem. I'll go through them in order.
Okay.
The type of enemy you'll be seeing most is the type that patrols and guards a specific operational area. For the sake of convenience, Amanda's crew calls the outdoor ones patrolmen and the indoor ones guards. They might look like they're just out for a stroll, but don't be fooled. They're sharper than they look. All of their senses are finely honed. Normally, they'll patrol along fixed
that's what they said about the genome soldiers,
but when the alert level is raised, they'll assume
saw how
a more
they acted.
efficient alert posture and focus on defending specific points. That's bad for you. Obviously, they can hold their own in combat, and with body armor, it'll be even harder to take them down. If they're wearing a bulletproof helmet, you can forget about one-shot kills. Just a heads up. You'll need to be smart about using camo and pick your routes. The most important thing is to avoid detection. When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call in a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Amanda's crew calls them commandos. Unlike the patrolmen, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds to hunt a former foxhound. Bring it on.
They won't give up easily even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing. Also, be aware that commando gear includes body armor. So don't think you can deal with them by going in guns blazing.
All I've got to do is find an exposed weak point.
I have, and I will again.
There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun
There are a lot
blasts.
of those guys in the last couple missions.
When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power. We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires. Stay alert.
Legendary CQC.
Scouts are outfitted with camouflage.
I feel like we only saw like maybe 2 ghillie suit soldiers in the entire game.
Seaweed growing all over them.
Ghillie suits.
Not much difference between them and
we
any
didn't
other
see too
scout
many
in terms of combat ability. But it does make them harder to spot.
I'm sure it does.
You've come across these before?
Yeah, the Soviet Union. The first time, it took me a full hour to find the guy and take him out. Kaz, do you know what they shine?
Shine? Like how?
Like, from their heads.
Their heads?
How about their hair? Do they have a lot of it?
What are you talking about? How the hell would I know?
How about a parrot? Did anybody hear a parrot squawk?
I knew he was going to start talking about the
you're
end.
Talking to the wrong guy. I mean, Cecile's the bird expert. Wait a second, what am I saying? You're not making any sense to begin with.
Never mind. It's a long story. I'll figure it out another way. Forget about it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Anyway, we've already lost too many good
Yeah,
people
I'll
to these
do
surprise
that.
encounters. Make sure you don't end up like one of them.
How about a parrot? So is he?
There where enemy soldiers
Did
are
he
deployed in
mean to
multiple
say that
layers
we
for
could have
extra
spotted the
coverage.
end by the
More
shining
than a
of his
few of those
forehead?
will be attacking
Yes.
you from a distance, rooftops and far-off vantage points. Try not to get too distracted by nearby
I think that's a
because you could be leaving yourself wide open to longer range attacks.
I'll be careful.
It's so in 3 you could see him by the glint of his scope, I believe. But I think the joke was that Snake might have at one point thought that it was like the shine off of his bald head instead. Which might have been a conversation in 3 that we either didn't hear or are not remembering. But I'm guessing that's what that was.
Enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and attack choppers are always accompanied by a combat squad. The soldiers aren't particularly tough on their own. What makes them formidable is how well they work together as a team. As if you didn't have enough to worry about with a machine.
Good. I like a challenge.
Yeah, we'll see how you feel when you actually have to face them in battle. Snake, whatever you do, don't let them surround you. The last thing you need is to get pushed into the vehicle's kill zone. And pay attention to what your enemies say to each other. You can improve your chances by figuring out what they're planning and using it to preempt their movements.
Like when they say, "I'm going in," and then they don't actually go in.
Win a fight. Think like a gorilla.
That's just psychological
Got it.
warfare.
Enemies carrying shields can be a real pain in the ass. To hear Amanda tell it. Trying to fight those bastards while they sit behind their shields taking pistol shots at you is enough to make you want to rip your hair out. Get around and flank them if you can. You might want to try blinding them with smoke or stun grenades first. Also, armor-piercing rounds should make it a little easier to punch through their shields. Use them if you got them.
Or I could just dome their shiny head like I did for the end. Which I did in this game once. I domed that guy. Real good. The trank dart.
Domed him.
We know there are variations in the kinds of gear patrolmen and commandos wear, especially the body armor. Our scouts report that an enemy's defense and firing accuracy are directly proportional to how heavy their gear is.
Those must be the guys with the highest combat skills. They can fight in heavier gear without their performance suffering.
Supposedly, it's pretty easy to tell the difference in gear just by looking. So remember, use extra caution when dealing with enemies wearing heavy gear.
Heavy gear.
Yeah. Heavy gear.
Enemies will try to fight you from different distances, based on the weapon they've got equipped. When you meet an enemy, get a good look at what they're carrying. It can make or break your chances in battle.
Is that it? No. Close range, medium range, long range. Let's do long range, but I'm done for now.
Don't expect enemies carrying sniper rifles
We'll
or
do a
rocket
mission and then we'll
launchers
come
to get
back
up
to
close
and listen to someone
personal.
else.
They'll be constantly moving from place to place looking for an opening to snipe at you. Tricky bastards. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Go with the sniper rifle. Make sure you stay out of their line of sight, and when they expose themselves, take them down.
Take the shot.
Take a shot. All right. We do not have the mission that we need, so we're gonna do an extra mission, maybe a couple of extra missions. We need to do these anyway, so you know it's fine. We're not gonna do the date with pause. I'm sorry, but I don't want Snake, a 39-year-old man, dating a 16-year-old girl.
Let's get this mission started.
I'd rather not. We are going to go to... Where's my, there it is.
Stealth.
Yeah, that'll work. Am I just taking everybody? No, I'm taking one person.
Is to retrieve the prisoners.
There's a way to get this guy to, like... I'll scrap it. There is a way to get them to freeze. I think you have to be, like, closer to them before you,
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard
pull out the gun.
helicopter.
I'm seeing things.
Yeah, I'm seeing things.
Freeze.
I thought maybe the boat, or the butt would work. There you go, man.
Fulton recovery
See.
helicopter is complete.
The prisoners enjoy that.
I don't think the person we want is even in here. I think we need to keep on going. Maybe I should start saving my, my things. Like, what, really? I can't, like, go up on that one? I don't have my box. I don't have a box here. I can't climb.
My security box. You think Big Boss has a stuffed
Freeze.
box that he goes to bed with?
Yes. They actually stay like that, even if you're not pointing at them, I think. I think I saw, like, a video somewhere that was basically that where it's like,
What was
it
that?
turns out.
Somebody's in.
It's fine. Where in this game, for some reason,
Enemies close by.
shit. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Another thing I noticed is that most of the guys we caught never really got. We didn't find a lot of bees, and we certainly didn't find anyone that I know of that had A.
Yeah. I wonder if it's like mission specific. Like, I wonder if those are like in extra missions primarily, you know?
Like, there's obviously some RNG to it, but I'm sure there's also some like direct influence in the probability of whether or not they would show up. Our luck can't be that bad.
Alright, the guy has to be in here somewhere. don't think there's anybody up there. I think we're okay to potentially get this guy.
Freeze.
Right up Main Street.
Wait.
Wait. Something's wrong here.
Can't be imagining things.
Shit, I can't go up there.
Wait.
Wait.
Somebody there?
Yes.
Freeze.
Alright, is there anybody up here? No.
Watch it. There might be bombs planted next to those prisoners.
There are. Have I... Because I can't crawl. I don't actually know how to get rid of these bombs.
You can't crawl, but you can just
Got it.
lay there.
It's like it's different from the other games.
Face towards enemy.
Yo.
Okay.
I don't know if that one
Okay,
liked
he
it.
didn't seem to enjoy that
For
one.
the goal.
You want a rapid wedgie? Here you go.
I was trying to jump down there. It's like, woo! How did this guy not see me?
How do you not hear you?
Freeze. Freeze.
I really should use this technique more often. Also, now that we're basically done, anybody actually worth getting? You know, and I'll take a C. Oops. Dropped a lime soda. How about you? I'll take a C, sure. I mean, we have 6 more to use. Really, I probably could have just gotten everybody. Anything in here? Creations? That's just going on. We got 5 minutes to exit. Where am I exiting?
Plenty
anyway?
of time. Plenty of time.
Oh, right there. Let's see what these guys are about.
What's going on?
Shit. No,
Rise
get
and
up, Snake.
shine. Freeze.
Whatever. You're both coming.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Great. I'm glad. I'm glad to thrill
More
everybody
mouths
back at
to
Mother
feed.
Base. C. Got spotted a couple times, but that's fine.
Snake, we fitted Zeke with its own AI pod. We were
Great.
having trouble adjusting the AI, but Dr. Strangelove was able to get it up and running.
Strangelove.
Why the surprise,
Strange
Snake?
love.
Whoa, we're an army without borders. We need a deterrent against foreign intervention. That's what Zeke is for. It may even prove necessary to...
I'm not against deterrence itself. The problem is when a nation comes to rely on it. All that does is force a burden on its people. The same people that constitute the nation itself. The existence of nations is detrimental to man. That's why I, one without a nation, see potential in MSF. But power is required for you to distance yourself from nations. I will do whatever I can to assist with that.
Glad to hear it.
And I merely lent Huey a helping hand. I will not give Zeke an AI like hers.
I wouldn't expect you to.
All right. Let's assign our guys, and then we'll see if the next mission is up yet. It's basically what we have to do. We have to essentially do missions until a new main mission opens up, and then do more missions, and then... Oh no, Mandrill is in the sickbay. Mandrill, no!
Mandrill.
Great. Got a lot of med people, which is good. This guy. It's R&D. Earthworm Jim we just got for the combat unit. There we go. Not yet. Not yet. Eliminate enemy soldiers. Neutralize all enemy mercenaries. Non-lethal methods are acceptable. 10 people. Sure, that sounds easy enough.
Let's get this mission.
Let's get this mission started. I don't think I need to prep. I think I've got everything I need.
What was
Just
that?
standing there.
I mean, they're not wearing helmets, so it should be fine as long as he, like, turns around. Worth it? Not really. I do kind of have to be a little quick, though, because that guy's going to wake up and it's probably not going to,
Freeze.
He just rolls over.
You know what? Yeah, we got a bee. We got a bee here, Lost Joke. It's a combat bee, but still.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many bees. Probably, what,
Ultra
less than
recovery
10?
subject confirmed onboard
Less than 5,
helicopter.
I feel like. Including that guy. And there's also this man. Again, gonna have to go a little quick because he could wake up. Meh. Four left. I guess they must be inside. Luckily, we don't have to worry about those guys outside now because we're not on the same map, so I don't think that it matters.
It matters not.
Just like size. Hell yeah, I'll take this guy. We're getting bees, Lost Joke. We're a-washing bees.
I bet you these side missions are much higher chance of them just being in mission.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I wonder if like the later these missions, the
Freeze.
extra missions.
Freeze.
Nah.
Freeze.
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Also meh. Actually, before I leave, any other pickups around here? We did get a blueprints. It's fine. Let's see if there's anything inside here. Not seeing anything though. Ooh! Stun grenade design specs. This is a transition zone, which we cannot use because it's locked off, so it doesn't matter. So now we're leaving. I think they said it takes like 3 or 4 missions before the next, like the main mission comes up.
You did it. Keep it up.
I mean, we already got some main story stuff going, extra main story stuff going with that previous conversation.
Snake, we've got a problem. Zadornov's not in his cell.
What?
He must have used his
Zadornov.
prosthetic as a blowtorch to cut through the bars. But we've managed to narrow down his location
Let him
using
keep
a
it?
transmitter we planted on him. I'm adding a new mission. Find the KGB agent Zadornov.
Here we go. Mission number 1. We got it. Definitely want to do this. This less so. This, maybe. Ram is in the brig. Flying fish. Another R&D guy. We need more, like, medical guys. It's a weapon, technically. Only 2,000 for a stun grenade? Sure.
Only?
Smoke grenade level 2 we probably want to get, but what I really want to get is... What is this? Super magazine. Maybe I've seen this one. Where is that? It's possible we don't have... Here it is. Oh, that's strike. Do we not have the ability to get this? Aerial mine? What does an aerial mine do? Automatically raises when set, rendering vehicles temporarily immobile if hit. That's not bad. That wouldn't be bad. It's only 10,000. We'll do that.
We're awash in money.
Yeah, I don't see it. It's weird. Maybe we just got it already. I don't know. Well, let me get the smoke grenades. Level 2 going. Strike 2. Didn't they say we had like it wasn't strike 3, it was I thought it was supply 3. But like I'm not seeing it. Whatever. We can get the law at rank 2.
The law.
I still don't see what the difference is, but I think it literally is just how much ammo you get, which isn't bad. Like it's not a bad thing if we do that. What do I need for this? 57. Jesus. All right, we'll leave this for now. Let's go do this Zadornov mission. The doorknob. And then after this mission, we will listen to some more codex.
Zadornov has escaped custody. Find him.
I think I'm okay with what I have. He's in the jungle. I probably should have changed my camo, but it's fine.
We'll do it just fine.
We have helmets.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton recovery.
Find the doorknob.
Find the knob.
Free.
Yeah, we need med guys.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Let's just go this way. I don't know that we know where he is. Like we just have. I think we literally just have to look for him. There might be sneaky guys around here.
Sneaky little hobbitses.
So, Lost Joke, next week, this game and Metal Gear Solid 4 come out for PC, finally. And other things, and PS5, but...
They do.
We won't be playing those. I mean, we've... You know, we're here, we're playing this.
We've already moved on.
Yeah. It's just kind of interesting.
Free. Free.
This is a lot more reliable than trying to trank them or the bee. Taking them out.
Water. That's beyond the scope of this operation.
All right. Fine.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Free.
I think it's easier in the sneaking suit because you don't make as much sound when running in the sneaking suit. I think that's like its whole thing. It's quiet.
Makes sense.
Bananal.
Bananal. Bananal?
There's a guy right there. I can't tell this guy to freeze because he's right there. When he comes back.
He's not alone.
When he comes back, I can. If he comes like right here or right there. Either way.
Freeze.
C medical. I'll take your C medical.
I see your medical.
Fulton recovered.
Can't get that guy. Or at least like there's another
complete.
guy just beyond the fence. He's gonna see me if I go in there. I need to take this guy though.
Freeze.
Meh.
Freeze.
Gotta get like just 6 inches closer. Let's check his gooch. His gooch is left me wanting.
Search every inch of that area.
Just give him a little prostate exam.
Got him. Oh, I didn't actually want to leave. Shit. It like appeared right next to me. I couldn't avoid it. He was just there in the corner.
He was trapping you.
S!
Nice.
Did they say Soliton radar schematics?
So, you found me.
It wasn't hard. What are you up to
It
anyway?
wasn't hard.
Just going for a stroll.
Kaz, I've got Zadornov returning home.
Acknowledge, Snake. Package for you, boss.
What?
Yeah, looks like a cassette tape. Don't worry, it's clean. No trace of explosives or anything. Return address just says Eva.
Eva?
Someone you know?
Eva.
An old acquaintance.
Oh, the plot thickens. Tidings from an old flame?
Don't start, Kaz. Anyway, I'll check it out later.
Okay, just don't go running off after this chick. We can't afford for you to be distracted right now.
Distracted.
Interesting.
The plot thickens indeed.
Sidewinder. Sun Grenade. We got Sun Grenade Rack 2 already available. Silkworm. And, of course, Zdornov. Zdornov back in prison, where he belongs.
Did you take away his hand this time?
From me. I hope so. I certainly hope so. That's Kaz's job. That's not mine. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Rick 3.
That's very good. That's real good. I'm gonna do that right now. We're not gonna get it for a couple missions, but we'll get it right now. Wow, it goes all the way up to 5. 16K for Mark III. Yeah, so again, I assume that's just more ammo, which suits me. Oh, here's the supply. Apparently we already have it. We need 55 and 44 intel. We need more intel people. We need more people in general. I think I might just start grabbing people more indiscriminately. I'm not gonna bother going stun Mark II right now.
Snake.
No. I just want to go to the briefing files. Data files. As a safe message from Eva. Oh my god. Seven messages from Eva.
It's a long tape.
Hello, Snake. It's been a
Hello,
while,
Eva.
hasn't it? I hear you've been causing quite the
Snake,
ruckus
it's a
in
cassette tape.
Nicaragua.
She can't hear you.
Nothing much to report from my end. The legacy's being put to good use. Or so they tell me. But enough with the small talk. There's something I need to tell you.
I'm pregnant.
You saw the photo that came with this tape, right?
But how?
The boss gave that to me. 10 years ago.
I actually didn't. I didn't see that photo.
I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. I probably should have told you right away. But sending it to you hasn't been an easy decision to make. It's taken me 10 years. Once you've heard what I have to say, you'll understand why. That photo
You'll
belonged to
understand.
her.
She's talking about a photo.
know
I
what
didn't
you're
see a
thinking.
photo, but
What does
I guess
she
I'll
have
look
to do
again.
with this? You've probably seen it 100 times in the press already. Obviously, it's of the Mercury 7, the first group of American astronauts, the heroes of Project Mercury. But there were actually 8 people in that photo. One of them was edited out, erased, without a trace. That 8th astronaut, the one airbrushed out of existence, that was her, Snake. Now, why did they need to keep her existence a secret? What were they trying to hide? The answer goes back even further.
A lot of things.
17 years ago.
As it turns out, a lot of
It was
things.
the height of the Cold War. The Eastern and Western blocs were racing to develop space technology to match their nuclear arsenals. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. The Americans were stunned. They'd been led to believe their country led the world in science and technology. That shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile, too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year, the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall, and Project Mercury with it. The goal was to send a man into space, and 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates. The media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for its space program to mature, they'd steal the Soviets' technology, at the same time sabotaging their space program. You know better than anyone how hard a mission that was. The Soviet space program was shrouded in secrecy. Recovering that information would be no easy task. Using the help of an insider, they'd insert a sleeper agent into the research institute, or else recruit one of those insiders to do the job for them. And, if necessary, the mission leader would have to go in and sort things out themselves. Someone was needed with experience, knowledge, and superior intuition. And the only one for the job was the boss. The president himself asked for her by name.
Get me the boss.
He needed someone who could be trusted with the fate of a nation.
Bruce Springsteen?
Who else to turn to? But the
Well,
hero
no,
of the
he's not
Second World
even
War.
famous yet. This is the 50s.
It was June 1959. So you see, Snake, that's why she left. That was the top secret mission that took her from you. But her selection ruffled a few CIA feathers. They didn't appreciate the president going over their head like that. The mission was tough enough already, and now the CIA was dragging its feet. She couldn't get anything out of them. No manpower, no information. Left to her own devices, the boss made a decision she knew would come back to haunt her. she decided to tap into the Philosopher's Network. And that's when the wheels of fate began to turn.
What picture? I don't see a picture. Hold on a minute. Let me look at this. MGS Peace Walker Ava picture. From my understanding, the pic isn't actually in the game. Okay. Ah, okay. So the picture's not actually in the game, but apparently. So anyone watching this, if you go to the Wikipedia article for Mercury 7, you look up Mercury 7 on Wikipedia, that's the picture that they're talking about. Here, I'll give it to you, Lost Joke. This picture.
Okay.
Which is it's a real picture, but they're saying that the boss was there.
But she was airbrushed out.
Yeah. Okay. You know what?
I believe they were called the Mercury 7 because of the suits they wore. For anyone not looking at the photo, they're wearing very.
Hold on, I'll put the photo up.
At the time, comparatively from now, retro spacesuits.
I'll put the photo up. Hold on.
But yes, if I remember correctly, they were called the Mercury 7 because of the suits that they were wearing.
This is the photo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen this picture before.
I'm fuzzy on the details, but I'm familiar with them.
This is reminding me a little bit of it's an Apple TV show. It's called For All Mankind, and it is it's pretty good. It kind of goes off the rails a little bit in the mid seasons, but it's basically an alternate history where the Russians beat us to the moon, and then it like kind of goes through. It tries to be kind of very realistic, like this is really what would have happened if the Russians beat us to the moon, instead of us, the U.S. getting to the moon first, and then what kind of follows from that, like the space race continues and technology and space exploration continues to be a big thing instead of kind of unfortunately kind of falling off as it has. But recently, and by recently I mean this year, they had made a spin-off called Star City, which is specifically, it's in the same universe, it's the same concept, but it's from the Russian point of view. And Star City being the kind of the place where they did all their cosmonauts space stuff. And it's very much more of a spy thriller, just because of the way Russia was at that time. It's really interesting, and this is kind of reminding me a bit of that.
The Philosophers were a secret society of power brokers formed in a pact between the US, Russia, and China in the early 20th century. Of course, by that time, the American and Soviet branches had already parted ways. But there were those among the remaining Russian philosophers not entirely happy with the one-party communist state. The boss reached out to them. She arranged clandestine meetings in Berlin, hoping to find a way into OKB-1, the Soviets' premier design bureau. She worked tirelessly to win their sympathy, in some instances using huge sums of cash, in others by helping them over the Berlin Wall. It was a dangerous game to be playing. The Philosophers had everything on her, and not just information either. She'd given birth to a child on the battlefield, only to have them immediately snatch it away. I know she told you that story. If that child was in the hands of the Soviet philosophers, she'd be putting more than just herself in danger. But she did what she had to do. At the time, the Soviet Union was believed to have an arsenal of missiles far greater than that of the United States. If that proved to be the case, Moscow would be free from the yoke of nuclear deterrence, raising the possibility that the Soviets might actually launch nukes if they felt it necessary. As you know, the so-called missile gap turned out to be a Soviet bluff. Moscow had gone to incredible lengths to perpetuate the lie. In fact, the whole space race was really just a part of an elaborate ruse. Only we didn't know that at the time. She used to joke that even she swallowed the whole missile gap story, hook, line, and sinker. She put her life on the line, for the sake of her country, to prevent nuclear war. And it was because of her sacrificial efforts that America succeeded in placing a sleeper agent inside OKB-1. NASA began to receive huge volumes of technical data from the Soviet program. By the end of 1959, they'd succeeded in sending a chimpanzee named Sam on a ballistic rocket flight. The rocket never left the atmosphere. But all the same, it was a huge success for NASA,
I saw that Quantum Leap episode.
in its technology. Then, just when the operation was starting to produce results, the CIA came calling. "You're a war hero," they said. "No need for you to dirty your hands with this sort of black ops. We'll take it from here." In effect,
We'll take it from
they
you.
wanted to reap the rewards for themselves.
Literally,
boss didn't
they'll take it
object.
from you.
"My part is over," she said. "I don't care what you do with the data now." It seemed as if NASA was making great strides toward manned spaceflight, while the Russians lagged behind. They even got a report from their mole at OKB-1. "The safe return of Sam has sent our scientists into a panic," he said. Soon afterward, the Soviet Union sent an animal of its own into space on Sputnik 2, the dog Kudryavka, better known to the world as Laika. But Laika was fated never to return to Earth. The U.S. can recover its spacecraft from the ocean upon re-entry. But the Soviet Union only borders the frozen Arctic. They had to bring their spacecraft down on land. How could they soften the impact enough to bring a living creature back safely? The agent reported that the Soviets hadn't yet found a solution to that problem. The plot to sabotage the Soviet space program seemed to be working, too. First, they tampered with Sputnik 4's re-entry. Then, 2 months later, one of their rockets exploded on the launch pad. They did manage to send 2 dogs into orbit aboard Sputnik 5 and return them safely to Earth. But the agent dismissed it as a fluke. Dogs, sure, but humans? They didn't have the technology. Everybody believed it. Everybody was complacent. Everybody. Except the boss. There was something about the Sputnik 5 schematics they were getting that didn't seem right. Some kind of ejection device on the capsule that didn't quite belong. She couldn't figure out the reason why it was there. What was it supposed to eject? NASA shrugged off her concerns. They figured it was probably meant to eject the flight recorder in case of an accident. The boss pleaded with them to investigate, but the CIA wasn't having it. They probably thought she was trying to reclaim some of the glory for herself. The boss wouldn't give up. She decided to head to the Soviet Union herself, alone, without any backing from the CIA. By the beginning of the next year, 1961, she'd succeeded in infiltrating OKB-1. That's when she saw the truth for the first time.
Dun,
To be continued
dun.
in part 3. Playing now.
The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and was feeding the Americans lies. But what shocked the boss even more was why.
The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open book to the Soviets. And contrary to what the sleeper had been reporting, the Soviets' manned spaceflight technology was quite advanced. It wasn't until she infiltrated OKB-1 herself that the boss learned the truth about Sputnik 5. After the spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere, it ejected the pilot, seat and all, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. It was the Soviet solution to the problem of land recovery. The mystery device attached to Sputnik 5 was for that purpose. The pilot would parachute down from that high altitude wearing a bulky spacesuit. Crazy, I know. The Soviets knew exactly how dangerous it was, of course. So much so that they gave Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a special 2-rank promotion before re-entry. Only Moscow could come up with this kind of plan. With total state control over information, they could easily pretend it never happened in the event of a failure. The boss passed the info on to NASA. It was their worst nightmare. The glory of mankind's first spaceflight was about to be stolen from them by the Soviet Union. It was Sputnik all over again. And the CIA was caught no less off guard. Their ineptitude had caused the fiasco in the first place. The Soviets' deception was brilliant. They'd woven a masterful tapestry of truth and fiction to convince the Americans their intelligence operations were proceeding as planned. No one but the boss could have seen through it. It was obvious the Soviets had some gifted minds working on their side. But that certainly didn't excuse the CIA's massive failure. The CIA wasn't done, though, and devised an ingenious plan to avoid taking responsibility. Luckily for them, a new president had been elected the previous November, John F. Kennedy. As he didn't know the case history when taking office, the CIA was able to feed lies to his new administration. They masked their own failures, placing the blame squarely on the boss's shoulders. After all, she'd selected an unreliable sleeper. They claimed she'd failed to make use of one of the most effective means of controlling a sleeper agent's actions: holding their family hostage. The boss was well aware that would have worked. She told me so later, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seems clear it had to do with having her own child taken. She could never inflict the same pain on anyone else. The CIA used that against her. In his election campaign, Kennedy had vowed to close the missile gap with Moscow. If America lost the space race, that promise would be worthless. The fact that the president had no links to the philosophers only made things worse. He was completely unaware of the secret networks she'd used to complete her mission. In his eyes, she was no better than a traitor. The fate that awaited her was cruel beyond belief.
You know, when she said, when she was talking about the sleeper agent she said he must have found a better offer from Moscow and took it, like, more. I assume the implication is more money, but after watching the show Star City, it feels more like Moscow is the one who held his family hostage when they found out he was the spy and forced him to start working for them. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, that's what they'll do. What they do. You're gonna be a spy. They're gonna spy you back.
Yeah, because that kind of thing definitely happened in the show. Again, the show, I think, tries to be very kind of realistic and historical. Of course, it's still fictional, but I could believe it.
The order came down from above. The boss would take the official blame for the sleeper's betrayal. More so, she'd serve as the guinea pig for NASA's manned spaceflight program. By then, NASA had gotten as far as sending a chimp named Ham into space.
Ham and Sam.
Now came a whole battery of ground tests to pave the way for a human to take its place. High G tests, zero G tests, spacesuit tests, simulations in pressurized oxygen environments. Some of the tests were highly dangerous, too dangerous for the Mercury 7, who were by then already media darlings. So the boss was made to stand in for them. She could have refused the order, argued her side of the story against the CIA, but she didn't. The way she saw it, her military experience made her a potentially valuable asset to those tests. She felt it was her duty to accept. She soon proved herself right. The boss was more than just a guinea pig. She drew on her experience to give the staff focused advice exactly where it was needed. NASA's space program took off again. At the rate they were going, putting a man in space seemed within reach. The higher-ups at NASA were impressed with her talents. They took to calling her the 8th astronaut, the Mercury Lady. The photo I sent you was taken around that time. I suppose maybe they were planning to use it as propaganda, the world's first female astronaut. But then, just as things were looking up, they hit a new snag. The government told them to add a window. There were no windows in NASA's spacecraft back then. Ham never saw the stars around him. But Washington insisted. Their sources told them Soviet spaceships had windows. Space exploration as a form of propaganda in itself. After all, what was the point of sending a man into space if he couldn't tell the world what he'd seen? Most of all, though, they simply couldn't have the Russians doing something they couldn't. It was sheer madness, and everybody knew it. NASA was already facing impossible deadlines. Now they were adding yet another element of uncertainty to the mix. Installing a window would both weaken the spacecraft and make it harder to shield the occupant from cosmic rays. They weren't about to put their Mercury 7 golden boys in that kind of danger. So the boss was chosen as the pilot instead. Even if she made it up into space, she was given less than a 20% chance of returning to Earth alive. But she took it in stride, even helping them make the necessary design changes to the Mercury capsule. It was like going to work every day at NASA to make her own coffin. Then, without warning, the U.S. received intelligence that the Soviets had moved their Vostok spacecraft to the launch site. The launch was set for the following day, April 12th, 1961.
Yeah.
America couldn't let the Soviets beat them with Vostok. NASA was forced to cut short the testing process and move the launch date up. They pulled out all the stops to get it scheduled for the earliest hours of the next day. The spacecraft would be launched from Cape Canaveral in the dead of night. For the flight path, they chose a course that would take her as far east as possible. She'd be able to see the Earth in daylight from the window, at least for a little while. The boss climbed into the Mercury capsule, having completed less than 80% of the regular flight procedures. Both the timing and the flight path were risky, and testing was far from complete. But NASA had no other choice. The boss, for her part, never expected to come home alive. She was going on a one-way trip, the American version of Laika the dog. And yet she went all the same. Someone has to be first, she said. If fate has chosen me, then I accept, for my country, for the balance of the world. That's how she saw things. My chances may be slim, but I'll take them. I've accepted my fate. If anyone can get through this, I can. Then, on April 12th at 1:30 in the morning, the boss entered space. It was nothing short of a miracle. First, that she'd made it in an incomplete spacecraft. And second, that her flight coincided almost exactly with Gagarin's. As the sun rose over the horizon, and cosmic rays began to bombard her through the window, she saw the Earth. I think you've heard the story before. It was a world without borders, a perfect jewel. All nations, all ideologies. They seemed so far away. It almost made her laugh, knowing that they'd risked so much to beat the Soviets by a few short minutes. If she'd seen Vostok from her window, she probably would have waved. But the two spacecraft were destined for very different fates. Gagarin circled the Earth and returned to the Soviet Union, safe and sound. The Mercury capsule, on the other hand, deviated from its planned re-entry angle. The addition of a window had thrown the capsule's aerodynamics off balance.
Who would have
The
thought?
boss's coffin veered wildly off course and began to plunge earthward.
NASA was basically just Kerbal Space Program back in those days.
I mean, that is what happens when you're the pioneers of a field.
Also, I forgot to actually elaborate. Do you remember the episode of Quantum Leap when Sam leaped into a chimpanzee in the space program? Do you remember that? Do you ever watch that show?
No.
It's a great show.
I've seen it. I haven't seen
Amazing
that.
show. One of my favorite shows. But it was original Quantum Leap, and of course, up until then, he had only ever leapt into a human, a person. But one day he leaps into literally a chimpanzee in the space program, and it's a weird episode, certainly.
I mean, the whole show is weird.
Yes, it's a great show. It's one of the greatest, but that particular episode was very weird. Two more of these, and then we'll do another mission or something. We'll I was gonna listen to something else, to another person's files, but hey, we got this, so this is what we're doing.
The course deviation caused the capsule to miss its splashdown point by a wide margin. It didn't have enough time to decelerate before crashing into the sea. The force of the impact shattered the spacecraft before it started to sink like a stone. The boss used the last of her strength to escape to the surface. Her body was covered in bruises and scorched by radiation. It was a miracle she was still alive. She slipped into a coma and didn't regain consciousness for 6 months. To some, what was worst of all was that she had lost the space race to Gagarin by only a few minutes. That aside, it should have been a proud day for America. Its first manned spaceflight. Sadly, her accomplishment was kept out of the history books. An attempt to save face by Washington. In contrast to Gagarin's orbital flight, America had only managed a ballistic trajectory. Her flight time was much shorter, too. And most importantly, the Soviets had brought back both spacecraft and pilot safely. NASA couldn't even conjure up a half-hearted tale of heroic survival. The coup de grace, though, was the Soviet propaganda campaign that kicked into gear after the flight. The Earth was blue. Those were the words of Gagarin on his return, and the whole world was listening. In the blink of an eye, Gagarin was an international celebrity, earning accolades from every corner. It was a PR coup for the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Washington could only grit its teeth in silence. They decided there was no value in making the boss's flight public, that it would only make matters worse. So they buried it instead, labeling it a dark mission. NASA and the CIA did everything in their power to erase all traces of the boss from Project Mercury. The result was the photo you see before you. Not a bad job, huh? Not only did they expunge her flight from the records, they denied that she ever existed. And that wasn't the end of it. As an alibi, the military claimed she'd taken part in the CIA's botched Bay of Pigs plot to take back Cuba. And when the boss was finally well enough to return to service, they wouldn't take her back. She was forced to go underground. In the public eye, the boss was still a hero of World War II. In reality, though, she was anything but that. She was a non-person, fit only for the blackest of black ops. In effect, she may as well have been dead. Gagarin went on a worldwide tour in front of millions of adoring fans. The boss, meanwhile, was a walking secret, unable to breathe a word about her experience. The authorities in Washington had this to say: "Why are you still here? If only you'd had the decency to give us a nice quote like Gagarin and then die an honorable death, you'd have gone down as a hero." 3 weeks later, on May 5th, Alan Shepard, one of the Mercury 7, made his own ballistic flight. They sure didn't try to cover up his achievement. Of course, he owed his success to the lessons learned from the boss's tragedy. Before sending Gagarin up into space, the Soviets had used a mannequin called Ivan Ivanovich to test the landing procedure, which would make the boss America's version of a crash test dummy. But she didn't care. "I'm happy to be the dummy," she said, "if it'll help the project succeed. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction." And that still wasn't the end of it. The boss had worked through the anti-Moscow faction of the Soviet Union's philosophers to place the sleeper agent, and at some point, the Soviets found out about it. Yet the Americans remained oblivious to the end. Even the philosopher network the boss plugged into never tipped them off to the double cross. That could only mean one of two things. Either the pro-Moscow philosophers had intervened, or the anti-Moscow philosophers had been turned. Either way, it was a situation their American counterparts couldn't stand. To preserve the philosopher's good name, and to repay her debt, so to speak, the boss once again made her way into the Soviet Union. There, she found herself face to face with the Soviets' own agent.
All right, last one. What's the moral of the story? What's the rest of the story, Paul Harvey? No, nobody.
Don't trust
am I
the
old?
government. You're old.
Am I too old?
And who should she find awaiting her return to Russia? The one who'd turned her sleeper against her. Who'd fed them lies all this time. It was her former comrade in arms. The father of her child. The man known as the Sorrow. He didn't know it was the boss who'd sent the sleeper. Or to be more precise, the Soviet philosophers never told him. Former lovers, forced to fight to the death. One would live and one would die, she told me. That was the revenge the Soviet philosophers had in store for me. If both of them survived, their child would suffer in their place. They were left with no other option. The boss shot him. He offered no resistance. When she returned from the Soviet Union, there was no place left for her to go. She'd sacrificed everything. Everything. For her country. And in return, they treated her like a dead woman. She was made a scapegoat for no good reason. Only because power had changed hands in Washington. Any lesser being would have long since cracked. It was then that one of her old SAS comrades reached out to her. Major Zero. And so Fox was born. She undertook a mission that, well, you should know better than anybody. You were a part of it. 20 days after Shepard's flight, President Kennedy announced that America would put a man on the moon. Without the intelligence the boss obtained, America's space program would never have caught up. Armstrong and Aldrin might never have walked on the moon. But the Americans' gain had cost the boss her health, her honor, and the man she loved. The word tragedy doesn't even begin to describe what she endured. The Soviets continued their manned space flights, and in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the so-called first woman in space. It's said they took their cue from NASA's long-buried Mercury Lady project. And so that, Snake, is the mission that kept her away from you for so long. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not use me as her agent?
Cardboard boxes.
She knew I'd never even think of
He's
betraying
imagining
her.
how to get a cardboard box up into space.
It's because she didn't want to drag you into it.
Can you make a cardboard
She probably
box
knew
a
what was going
spaceship?
to happen. To complete the mission, she'd have to turn to the philosophers, and once she did that, whatever came of it, there'd be a price to pay. No one understood that better than her. So please, Snake, let it go. When she gave me the photo, she left me to decide whether or not to pass it along to you. I know she was torn about it, just as I was. She knew you'd probably blame yourself. Why did she hold on to it for so long? That, I can't say. To remind her of how much it hurt to be erased. She wasn't that kind of person. No. I think she meant it to be a message to you. She had her identity, her life, taken away. But she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. Snake, you've probably already figured this out, but it's no accident that I'm only now sending you something I've withheld for so long. A little bird tells me you recently made a big decision. You and the boss are different people. I understand that. And I'm not trying to second guess you. I simply wanted you to know what she saw, how she felt. That's all. Keep it with you, Snake. Keep it deep inside. Don't ever forget the path she took. Because you and I are the only people on this earth who know the truth.
Boss, I'm sorry, but I can't.
All right. There's other stuff. But for now. See,
Go
another
capture
thing,
some dudes.
Yeah, we are. Another thing is that I think a lot of these main missions also had like specific messages for them. Like this one didn't really have anything. It looks like it says about this mission, but I'm sure some other missions also like had like specific messages that we just never saw because I was dumb and never went to the briefings. Oh, whatever. Marksmanship challenge. Sure, I guess.
Commencing training mission. Missions like this are key to building up your basic skills. Be careful out there.
I don't think it matters which mission we do. We're just doing missions. I think I can go with what I have. I'll use my I'll use the M16 probably.
Violence.
Oh, they're just targets, I think. Oh, are they gonna have me use this? Nope, they're having me use this.
And as accurately as you can.
Okay. Oops. Alright. Not the best. Okay. Did I hit something that I shouldn't have hit? don't think so. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. It's still good. It's still good. Oh my god. Ugh. A little faster, Snake. Done.
Recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
I have no idea if I even did that well, but
You did it. Keep it up.
Well, we'll find out.
yeah.
Score. Score.
I'll take it.
Still passing.
A report. What did I get? Cassowary.
Cassowary.
Ah, we got aerial mine rank 1, and now this is ready for development. Maybe we should do rank 2. We're running out of money. Let's see how much it is. $32. I'll not right now. I've got to get some money. Another Fulton recovery. Recover the researcher. This researcher has disguised himself as an enemy mercenary to escape detection. Losing sight of the researcher or killing him will result in instant mission failure. Jesus, alright. 30 seconds for triggering an alert, or 30 seconds for when a player uses Fulton recovery on any other soldier. So we have to only do it on this one guy. Okay. Does it matter when I get him? Can I just get him at any time?
Seems really restricting.
Yeah.
Probably just meant to get in and get out.
Somebody.
Who's...
Nothing here. Somebody there. Here he is.
Oh, there's a guy right there. Oh my god. Ow, ow, ow. Get off. Stop. Jesus. I'm gonna have to restart this, I think. You know what? I'll go ahead and restart this right now. Just go ahead and restart this. Alright, let's try this again. I didn't even see that guy. Maybe I should have my my sound thing on. There we go. We got this guy. And apparently there's a guy like right here. There he is. Jeez, he really blends in. That has to be him. There's no way that this isn't the guy. Oh, hello.
We're really just close together.
He has a banana in his hand.
Okay, you're done with that
Going
area.
back to Ape
Head
Escape.
for the goal.
Where is the goal? Just back where I came from. All right. We did it, and we got some kind of schematics.
You did it. Keep it up.
Hey.
Nice.
Hey. We got schematics for an Uzi. We got this guy.
Tiger keelbacks. Probably some sort of fish.
Great curry, rank 3. It is 52k to buy a great curry, rank 3. Soliton radar. We did get Soliton radar. We need Intel 30. We need more Intel, guys. I would have gotten more guys on that one, but I wasn't allowed. They didn't allow me to do it.
No, they know what you're about.
One shot. Defeat all enemy soldiers and unmanned weapons in the Los Cantos area with a single bullet. And it has to be with an M16.
Let's get this mission.
Is there a briefing on this?
A real veteran ought to be able to take out multiple enemies with a single bullet. Not by shooting them, but by using it to set off an explosion. Find something flammable, like a gasoline drum or an unmanned weapon with a full fuel tank. Then shoot it and blow it up. And make sure it takes a few enemies with it.
So by one shot, I think they literally mean a single shot in the mission.
Snake, to the north of the village is a bridge that crosses a hydraulic pipe. Though normally the bridge is not used by people, if you slip, you will fall straight to the bottom of the valley. Be careful.
What's a channel doing here?
Careful.
It is not for irrigation. They are hydroelectric pipes. I wonder if they run into Irasu's Crater Lake. Normally they would build a reservoir at the bottom of the valley, but it was probably too dangerous. Los Cantos means Sword Peak.
How come she and the French lady are the only ones in this game, or any Metal Gear game, that have an accent?
Budget.
Yeah?
Budget.
Oh, I thought you were saying something else.
Neutralize that security detail.
They really
All of
do
them.
want it to just be one shot.
Are you only allowed to use this? What is that, M16?
Yeah. I assume the middle, but I have to wait until they're all together. And I can't do anything to, like, you know, get them
Make
to
them gather.
Yeah. I just think I just have to wait. That's my guess anyway. It is possible I could set off a chain reaction. You know what? Just checking.
An explosion?
I've earned a trophy, indirect attack.
Out of ammo.
I failed,
Abort mission.
but
Come on back.
no, that's fine. Let's restart. Okay, I just wanted to see if shooting the middle one would cause the other ones to explode. The answer is no. It does not. All right.
Neutralize that security detail. All of them.
All of them.
Even the younglings.
I assume it's literally just I have to wait for like 3 or 4 minutes until they all are at just the right place.
They all happen to come together.
I don't even have my hand on the controller right now. I'm just waiting. This guy on the left does not want to join his friends.
No, his friends smell funny.
I was thinking, what if I just look up and there's like a giant like fuel tank hovering above them? Like, oh, I could have just done that.
That'd be something.
The guy on the left still isn't quite close enough. I don't think the guy on the left is ever going to be close enough. I don't think he's ever going to move that way. Unless... Is it a case of, what if I have to make one of them slip off? The guy on the right gets pretty close to the edge. So now I'm thinking, what if I meant to kill the guys on the left, the 2 guys on the left and the drones, and then the other guy will like slip off. The guy on the left kind of gets a little close to the edge too. But not that close. Not as close as the guy on the right. The guy on the right gets really close to the edge. But then it becomes about the drones getting close. So they haven't really. Not to the left. I'm going to keep watching and see what they do for the next minute. I know we're probably going to fail, but that's fine. What I also want to do is... I want to wait until one of them is near the edge and explode one of these and see if it makes him slip off. Even if he's like not within range. You know what I just realized, Lost Joke?
What's that?
These missions, these like extra missions, this very long list of missions, it's basically just VR missions, isn't it?
Yeah.
the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
Okay, he didn't slip off, but I did it. I guess. I didn't think that guy was in range.
He's a king, right?
He was just in range, I suppose.
I was just doing that to see if he would slip off, but he just got hit, I guess. Okay. Just sure. C, probably because I waited so long. I didn't know I could have done it earlier. I thought it was one of those, like, almost like a prank mission where, like, you have to wait.
Doorknob's on the loose.
What? Again?
It's funny. We took away his prosthetic and did a full body check. We even increased the guard.
You think he had help?
Impossible. Anyway, I'm adding a new mission. Locate and recover Zadornov.
Okay. Personnel report has arrived.
What's the report? Personnel.
Alligator parameter went up. Also, we got a new soldier from Jan Brig. We got Ram, who's good at only killing.
So he's a Modoc?
Yes.
Man destined only for killing.
Alright, sure.
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again.
Yeah, I know.
Find him.
Okay. Briefing? No, no briefing. Mission prep, let me make sure I have my weapons. I do. Doesn't say where it is, I'm just gonna go. What kind of area, I mean.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton recovery.
Find the doorknob.
Freeze.
Are you a doorknob? What?
Speak combat though. I don't care about that. You guys have helmets on. Is this guy gonna turn around? No, he's not.
Freeze.
Scan his butt. CRND? Sure, I'll grab a CRND for now. Really, I should grab everybody, but I just need to start shoving people into,
Fulton recovered
Intel.
helicopter is complete.
B. It's like any bees.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
There he is.
Freeze.
You know what? I'm gonna start grabbing these C people because I'll shove them into intel.
Just to pad the numbers.
Yeah. Looks like we only have this one map to look at. So he's here somewhere. He could be inside. No, I think we're okay. I don't think there is an inside to this map.
Hey!
Hey!
Oh god.
Wait a minute.
I
Where
know
am I
I
seeing
saw
it?
something.
I cannot believe this other man did not see me. I cannot believe this guy didn't see me.
Freeze.
I don't want D. see him. I see him up there.
Freeze.
Just going around like spooking everybody. Snake is the jump scare.
Snake scare.
Yeah, I see him. He's like right there. I see him. Just looking around for loots. Not seeing any.
Every inch of that area.
Shut up, Miller. I know where he is. He's right here.
Freeze. Down.
Every inch. I see he still had his hand.
Okay.
Are we just not taking his hand from him?
He said
How
he
many
took his hand.
How many times we take the wizard's staff?
I told you, take the wizard's staff.
You would not part a man from his prosthetic, would you?
Hey, I didn't fire a single shot in that entire mission.
I always thought it was funny in the movie when Gandalf tells him, "Oh, you wouldn't take an old man's walking stick." He says, as they enter the building, he doesn't use it as a walking stick.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure it's sort of the acting conveys that the guy who asks for it kind of knows.
He knows who it is.
Yeah, he knows who it is, and he knows why he should take the stick. But he kind of essentially feigns incompetence, I guess, because he's hoping that Gandalf will actually help the king, which of course he does.
I mean, Gandalf is very well known in the realm. Even if it is for his fireworks.
Well, these guys are both R&D. I think the guy that I got for oh no, who's over the roster limit? Oh no, R&D is over the roster limit.
That means we have to get rid of some people who aren't suited for it.
Yeah, let me go down to the bottom. Let's see if these guys are like this guy is just like, I don't give a shit about this guy. Let's put this guy on Intel. And let's put this guy on Intel. They at least have Intel. This guy is nothing. This guy, see, they're starting to get like better. This guy I could put on Intel instead. This guy also wouldn't be a bad mess hall guy. Let's put him in Intel. We need more Intel for now. Alright, that's good enough. Guys, you can see why we might need another couple weeks to actually get the true ending to this.
We are just squeezing for any small incremental we can get at this point.
Especially because, of course, we are still going to look at more briefing files. Let's go with Chico for reasons I will not disclose.
The supply staging point is at the eastern foot of Irasu. There's a rail terminal there. They'll probably transfer the nuke from the train onto a truck.
Gotcha. I'll have to catch them while they're moving the cargo.
But you might run into
obviously some of these are
Keep
we should have
your
listened to
eyes
earlier,
peeled,
but
Snake.
it's fine.
An 80-foot-tall walking behemoth. The CIA's new weapon?
Could be. Too bad it's not actually a dinosaur. I think they're testing it up at the base on top of the mountain.
I met a guy in Russia who described it as a metal gear linking infantry and artillery.
Metal Gear.
Metal
I
Gear.
got a bad feeling about this.
Metal Gear.
Like maybe it's connected to everything that's happening here somehow.
The nukes? You don't think...
What else could it be? If it is up there, I'll just have to improvise. Either way, I won't know until I get there.
Watch your back, Snake.
Or else.
So obviously we could have listened to that earlier. Why are some of these have double exclamation points and some of them don't?
I'm sure there is a reason for it, but again, we weren't really explained
There's a river in the
some
mountains
things.
north of the village. You'll see a water pipe running across that's got a walkway you can use as a bridge. I guess they built it to carry water from the hydroelectric plant. To get there, though, you gotta get past the barricade north of the precinct.
Got it.
El Basilisco supposedly lives in the gorge up there, so be careful you don't get distracted and fall in the river.
The Basilisco?
Not the big monster I saw. I mean, the real Basilisco.
A real one? The legendary king of snakes?
More like a lizard, I guess. It walks on top of the river.
A lizard that walks on water?
Man, you should see it. It's not that big, though. Only about 1 bada long.
Pretty good size for a lizard.
Yeah, but not nearly as big as a dinosaur.
I mean, dinosaurs could be small too.
They came in all shapes and sizes.
So there's a real Basilisco that lives in the river?
I'm only saying I heard stories from people who said they saw it. But I know lots of places to find it in Nicaragua. Do you want to go have a look?
I don't have time for sightseeing.
You don't like lizards?
It's not that. I just think snakes
I am
taste
a lizard.
better.
Who said anything about taste?
How about you? You like them?
Not that way. They do look kind of like dinosaurs, though. You don't think that's cool?
They're both reptiles,
Dinosaurs taste.
but there's a big difference size-wise.
I'll bet there are still big ones around somewhere. They say mammals multiplied and ate up their eggs. But they can't all be gone. They've gotta exist somewhere out there.
Dinosaur eggs, huh?
And animals are always evolving, right?
Sounds delicious.
Maybe they evolved so much, they don't even look like dinosaurs anymore.
Then you can't really call them dinosaurs, can you?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs have gotta be big.
Lost Dog Guy, look up the voice actor for this kid. His name is Anthony Del Rio. And he did the voice of young Kratos anytime there was a flashback to young Kratos, including in the newly released Sons of Sparta 2D game. But also, I mean, he's been in a lot of things. He also was the voice of Blue Beetle, Jaime Reyes from Injustice 2. He did small voices in Horizon. He did voices in some Marvel stuff, like Lego Marvel stuff. He was the voice of Pit from the 3DS game and from Smash Brothers 3DS.
What is that? Icarus Rising?
Kid Icarus Uprising, yeah. I was looking at other stuff. He was in a game called Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. I wonder what that is.
We'll never know.
Irasu has more than one crater, because he's erupted so many times. I heard most of them filled up with rainwater and became lakes.
Calderas, huh?
Calderas? Yeah, something like that. Hey, I got an idea. When you get to the lake, can you keep an eye out for weird animals for me? People all over the world tell stories about giant monsters living in lakes. Nessie in Loch Ness, Nahuelito in Argentina, Ogopogo in Canada. I can hardly keep track of them all. They say that all these sightings prove dinosaurs do still exist.
But crater lakes are isolated. They're not connected to rivers.
Yeah, but do you know Mokele Mumbembe in the Congo River? He can walk on land.
No,
so
I don't know him
maybe they moved there from some other lake.
You sure know a lot about UMAs.
There
Here's
used
a nice
to be
guy,
a guy
though.
in El Frente who was a hunter. He taught me lots of things. He even said he once went to a place called Isla del Monstruo.
A hunter on Isla del Monstruo.
Someday, I'm gonna be a hunter and catch some rare animals. Right after we restore peace to our land, of course.
Oh my god. You know what? I'm up for it, Lost Joke. I'm up for learning about these monsters.
Did you ever hear of the Loch Ness Monster?
Now that one I know. Pretty much everyone's heard of old Nessie.
Great, so I don't have to explain. I think she's a long-lost dinosaur. Don't you?
Sure. Why not?
One of the compas gave me a book about it, with photos. It looks exactly like the plesiosaur.
Then why does it only live in Loch
It's a
Ness?
plesiosaur.
Well, it probably got cut off from the ocean. Back when Loch Ness was part of the ocean, some plesiosaurs became trapped there when the climate changed. There weren't any mammals there, so no natural predators. Today's Nessie is descended from those plesiosaurs.
Then wouldn't it make sense for there to be monsters in other lakes with similar climates?
Exactly. That's why there's been giant monster sightings in a bunch of other places. Like Nahuelito and Ogopogo. I don't know if
I've not heard of either of those.
But I know there's definitely
But he's going to tell us
living
about
in Lago Cosipolca.
You mentioned the Nahuelito. What is it?
It's a plesiosaur that lives in Lago Nahuel Huapi in Argentina. It's described a little differently, but I'm sure it's basically the same creature as Nessie. Except for one thing.
What?
Well, according to one theory, it's the result of a nuclear test back in the 50s.
What? There's no record of a nuclear test in Argentina in the 50s.
At the time, the president, General Juan Perón, was pushing hard to industrialize the country.
No, okay, you're thinking of Godzilla. That's Japanese, not Argentina.
Overthrown in a coup.
Sounds a little.
Hey, I hear Godzilla gets
You
around.
think? Then maybe
Godzilla,
Nahuelito really is a dinosaur.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean,
A violent
it's
slut.
really pretty obvious.
Wait a minute.
Thanks for clearing that up, boss.
Dinosaur.
Oh,
What about the Ogopogo? And
Ogopogo.
what kind of name is that anyway?
Ogopogo's a monster that lives in Okanagan Lake in Canada. I guess it's an Indian name because it's a legend passed down by the Indians.
A legend, huh?
Yeah.
Well, then it's probably not.
There's written records of it too. The first one was in 1872, and there's been more sightings since the start of the 20th century. You starting to get into UMAs too, Snake?
Yeah, maybe.
UMA hunting. Now that's a real man's adventure. What do you say, Snake? After Nicaragua's at peace again?
What do you say,
You want to go
Snake?
exploring together?
Well, we'll see. Might not be such a bad life.
He didn't actually say anything about like what it was or like describe it in any meaningful capacity.
I looked it up. Ogopogo, it looks like it is typically supposed to be a sea serpent.
Ah.
So I can see like the Nessie like look of like the head, but it's being depicted as some sort of sea serpent.
Okay.
Mokele Mumbembe lives in the Congo River. There's nothing mysterious about it, though. It's already been confirmed as a real living dinosaur. The local people know all about it, and when they were shown a drawing of a brontosaurus, every one of them said it was Mokele Mumbembe. When peace returns to Nicaragua, I want to go to the Congo myself.
Oh, the revolutionary movement in the Congo ended in failure, you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could do something to help, but Africa's awfully far away.
Africa.
Wonder if El Che ever saw Mokele Mumbembe. I wonder if I will.
Well, best to take care of business here before daydreaming about Africa.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
All right.
Mokele looks like it is typically depicted as like a long neck, but it's too small to be a brontosaurus. But it is a land-based dinosaur. It is kind of a typical, this is a dinosaur.
Like I kind of wonder if it's a case of maybe they saw like some remains, some like a brontosaurus skeleton in a cave somewhere, and that's like where the legend started. Like it's real in the case of like it existed at one point, but it says it's long gone.
It seems a lot of the image depictions, because I'm not looking at like a wiki article, I'm just looking at images of it. It seems to be like more depicted to be a carnivore because it's got sharp teeth.
I think I think there might have been some long-necked, sharp-teeth dinosaurs. I know plesiosaur is actually one of them, but not very many. Because plesiosaur ate fish, so it had like sharp teeth.
They had specialized
Chico,
fish-eating teeth.
You know much about cloud forests?
Not that much. All I know is there's a world of difference between a rainy rainforest and a foggy cloud forest. But they have some things in common. But like for instance, you gotta watch out for poison dart frogs. Both rain and cloud forests have high humidity, so they're perfect environments for frogs and other amphibians. I mean, it's not like just touching a strawberry poison dart frog or a dying dart frog is going to kill you, but don't eat them, no matter how hungry you get.
I can get all the rations I need from Mother Base. No jungle food for me this time.
Seriously? You're not disappointed you don't get to eat wild animals?
What do you think I am?
Just kidding. In Colombia, though, there's a frog, the golden dart frog, that's lethal to the touch.
How do you know all this?
Come on. Don't you
read
think
books.
poisonous animals are cool?
Not if you get poisoned by one.
Well, obviously. One more thing. When you get to the forest, be on the lookout for Bigfoot.
I think I'll be okay there.
I thought Bigfoot was a
The North American great ape.
more of a North American thing than a Central American thing. Also, I'm imagining when Snake said, "No, who do you think I am?" and then he like looks away wistfully, imagining him like the animation of him chowing down on the big snake from Metal Gear Solid 3. He misses it.
Subsisting off of the wilds.
I'm sorry. What were you gonna? You were gonna say something, and I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
I learned recently in Fallout 76, Bigfoot's there.
No.
I was doing an event, and I heard, the event was over, and then I hear like a mighty roar behind me. I turn around, and it's Bigfoot. He kicked my ass.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's Bigfoot. What do you expect?
It so reminded me of the game Bigfoot, because that's what it sounded like.
Because he's not even like just regular Bigfoot, right? He's like irradiated Bigfoot. I'm sure he's like some kind of mutated Bigfoot. Like the other ones are.
He just looked like Bigfoot.
It's more than was it GTA 5 had Bigfoot rumors for a long time, and then Rockstar finally put something in. I don't remember if it was single player or online, but they put something in where it was turned out to just be some guy in a costume.
It's single player, but I do know that there was a whole mission you could do in I think it was the base game Red Dead Redemption, where you got to hunt Bigfoot.
I remember that
because there was more than one.
I do remember that. I remember seeing that from Red Dead 1. You actually meet him at one point, and you have to decide if you want to shoot him or not.
Yeah, because turns out they're just really weird people. Just really hairy.
And someone told him that someone told John Marston that they eat babies. You eat babies.
Bigfoot is an ape man that lives in the Rocky Mountains. In the local Indian language, he's known as Sasquatch.
I mean, that's a far
he's over 3
way away from here.
Can you believe that?
So he's kind of like a gorilla.
Completely different. Even the biggest gorillas only get to about 2 vara, and they walk on their knuckles. Bigfoot's big, and he walks on 2 feet like people.
So he's more man than ape.
Probably. His ancestors must have split off from humans at some point. Like before they started using tools and stuff.
Yeah, but aren't the Rockies kind of far away from here?
Yeah, not that far. According to Darwin, humans came all the way over here from Africa. Plus, there have been sightings in Venezuela of an ape man called Mono Grande. Costa Rica has tons of plant and animal species. So I'd expect there to be at least one kind of ape man.
At least?
At least.
Does Mono Grande mean the big one?
Yes, I suppose. Let's see.
Gotta admit, I've never heard of Mono Grande.
Yeah, he's not as famous as Bigfoot. He's similar, but he lives in Venezuela. He's not that big, less than 2 vara, but he's way more ferocious than Bigfoot. Huh. I wonder just how mean he is. Like when he catches his prey, does he punch it to death?
That's the law of the wild. You catch your prey, you kill it, and you eat it.
Yeah. But punching is way more ferocious than biting.
Well, maybe it seems that way because that's what humans do. You really love UMAs, don't you, Chico?
Do you know what I think? I think UMAs should be dangerous. Otherwise, where's the fun in hunting them?
Fair enough.
Mono Grande is Spanish for large monkey.
Large monkey. Big monkey. See, that one could just be a friggin' ape that got lost in Venezuela. Escaped from a zoo or like hitched a ride on a boat.
He did say it was like significantly smaller, so it's like it could be just as it says, just a big monkey.
Did you see a quetzal snake?
Yep.
What do you think? Did it look like a snake?
No, it didn't look like a snake.
It's a bird.
Really? Must be different from the Quetzalcoatl then.
Quetzalcoatl.
A winged snake from the Mayan and Aztec legend.
A winged snake.
Weird, right? I bet it's UMA. Amanda and everybody says Quetzalcoatl is a quetzal in the form of a god. But there's no way anybody mistake a snake for a bird. I think the legend of Quetzalcoatl came first. Somebody saw it and adopted it as their god before they saw the quetzal. After that, somebody saw a bird that looked like the image of the god, and so they named it Quetzal.
You mean it happened the other way around?
Well, if you ask me, the Quetzalcoatl was probably a pterosaur that survived. I mean, it's got wings and it's a reptile, so it probably looks kind of like a snake.
Pterosaurs don't really look like a snake.
Pterosaurs live on in Africa even today. They're called the Congamato and the Elitsiao. So it makes sense that there'd be pterosaurs on the American continent too, and that they survived until the Mayan and Aztec eras.
Lucky for us, they're not still around today.
Who says they aren't? The dinosaurs supposedly died out 65 million years ago, and the Aztec civilization only rose about 600 years ago. If they managed to survive 65 million years, surely they couldn't be wiped out in 600.
Pagamato?
Pterosaurs survive today in the African countries of Cameroon and Congo. Each tribe calls them by a different name, like Congamato or Elitsiao.
There sure are a lot of dinosaurs running around the Congo.
Well, a lot of the land hasn't been settled by humans yet. They've survived all this time, just undiscovered by man. But they're finding fossils in America too. This one they found 3 years ago in Texas had a wingspan of more than 12 meters. If I saw a gigantic pterosaur like that, I'd probably call it a god too. Yup, I'm sure that's what the Quetzalcoatl really is.
Okay, but they still don't look anything like snakes. We know what pterosaurs look like. They don't look like snakes. Like, at all. Anyway.
A base disguised as a mine? We never made it that far. I don't know what kind of place it is, but you better be careful, just in case.
I plan to.
I've heard that the American Army keeps dead alien bodies and UFOs in secret bases.
Aliens.
There are billions of stars in space. You've got to think that at least a few have civilizations more advanced than ours. I'll bet they visit Earth in UFOs. In 1947, the Army actually announced that they had caught a flying disc-shaped object near Roswell, New Mexico. Maybe you don't know about it, but those Army guys, they all know.
Oh, you don't say.
Anyway, there's no telling what kind of mystery weapons they might have stashed up there. Watch your back.
This is all the energy of like a really excited child talking about his new like laser focused interest, trying to tell like their dad's friend.
I mean, he is an excited child telling us about his interests. I mean, he's like 12.
And Snake is just trying to humor him, but he doesn't quite care, and he's trying his damnedest to not let that show.
Apparently, UFOs are connected to cattle mutilations.
Cattle mutations?
No, not mutations, mutilations. It's a word I'd never heard before. People have been reporting their livestock dying in mysterious ways near the same places where UFOs have been sighted. They say The bodies are drained of blood, and the eyeballs and sexual organs are gouged out.
Wow, when you leave a corpse cut open in a field somewhere, the ground soaks up the blood.
Yeah, but supposedly these cows weren't cut up by any man-made means.
Maybe maggots got to them.
In some cases, they detected radiation.
Radiation?
Even in our own town, we had goats that died in strange ways. Some said they saw a monster. A lizard on 2 legs covered in spines from its head all the way down his back. I wonder if that's what the aliens look like.
Yeah, but that's not an alien. That's a chupacabra.
Either way,
yeah, that's
chupacabra. Like a very advanced civilization to me.
Well, if you see one,
I'm surprised this kid isn't telling us about chupacabra.
If it speaks human.
Maybe he hasn't heard of it yet. I feel like he's reading a book and just kind of going down the line.
Yeah.
Or jumping around.
UFOs kidnap people too. You know, alien abductions. You've heard of the Heel abduction, right? That couple back in the 60s?
I have,
when
yes.
I first saw the Colibri,
I've heard of that.
I thought it was a UFO.
The Fulton recovery.
I know those guys are working with the aliens, even if they wouldn't let me see them.
Well, you better not get caught again, or they'll be experimenting on you.
I take that over torture. What do you think they look like? Completely bald, maybe, with gray skin and big black eyes? Or maybe they're 4 feet tall and wear skirts?
I kind of doubt it.
The grays of the tall whites.
Thing, I've never seen anything move
I
like that.
The general
maybe
accepted
the CIA really did make contact.
view in science fiction of grays being like, those are the space assholes.
Yes. I think like current. Yeah, well, I think current. I hesitate to say real life lore, but the current. I'll have to say it, real life lore. I don't think it's real life. I'll be honest. But the current accepted lore is that the Greys are subservient to the tall whites, and that the Greys aren't actually people. They're more like they're almost like biological robots, and they do, I don't know, the bidding for the race of aliens called the tall whites. And that's like basically listen, everything I know about the current state of UFO stuff comes from the Chilluminati podcast, which I recommend if you're interested in this stuff. They talk about this stuff. It's not like like you think, it's a podcast about aliens where you think, they're just like a bunch of kooks. No, it's more like there's 3 people on there. One of them is kind of is a bit of a true believer. One of them is very much a skeptic, and the other one is kind of in between. And they talk about these kinds of things. They also talk about some real crime stuff, some mob stuff or some serial killer stuff. And it's just, they essentially just kind of deep dive into like a subject per week. It's actually pretty interesting. Recommend them. And that's where I learned about the tall whites. I've never heard of the tall whites.
I feel like the tall whites would be what would be depicted in Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Maybe a bit.
You want to know something? I once met an alien cat.
An alien cat?
Yep. It was dark out, so I couldn't see too well. But it was a cat with a huge long tail. Its eyes shined in the dark, too.
Most cats' eyes do.
At first, I thought it was a regular cat. But then, it started talking to me. Inside my head.
Inside your head?
He said his name was Altargoso El Baki Muñudar. He'd come to Earth from the Andromeda Galaxy to check out Earth's nuclear weapons.
The Andromeda Galaxy? Mankind's barely made it to the moon. We couldn't possibly launch nukes that far.
El Baki said he was watching over us to make sure we don't destroy ourselves with nukes until the day we humans are ready to join the Space Federation.
It's a shame. This is supposed to be the era of détente, and still we've got people pulling stunts like bringing nukes into peaceful countries. If something ever went wrong and set off a chain reaction of retaliation.
I know. This planet could destroy itself at any time. Snake, Is it true you took a picture of El Colibri?
Yep. Got it right here.
Whoa! It's like an actual UFO! I knew it! Los Yankees are working with the aliens.
I know it kind of looks that way, but...
Hey, Snake, can you make me a copy of that?
Well, I don't see why not. What for?
People pay good money for this stuff. We can use it to raise money for MSF.
Sure, kid. You go out and get us a good price for it.
You don't believe me, do you? I'll get the money. You'll see.
I really hope that there's a follow-up for it.
I don't think Snake cares whether or not, believing it or not, but the prospect of just, making money, yeah, sure. Knock yourself out, kid.
Let's do this first.
Amanda's so bossy. It's always follow me or stay here. The other day she told me, chew your gallo pinto before you swallow. Can you believe it?
Knowing your sister? Yeah, I can.
The enemy could strike at any time. I can't sit around taking my sweet time eating. I'm a Sandinista, just like the others. I don't need some woman telling me what to do.
Some woman? She's your sister, and she's doing the best she can to fill your father's shoes.
I know, but lately she hasn't been doing so good. I should be strong for her.
Now you're talking. Sorry to hear about your dad.
Follow-up.
Don't be. He is a guerrilla warrior. We pledge our lives to our country and its people.
Father's a gorilla.
I'm ready to die too if I have to.
You sure?
You mean like Mono
You better
Grande?
believe it. Like mi viejo used to say. Patria o muerte.
Che said it first.
My dad used to tell us all kinds of stories. About General Sandino and his fight against La Guardia. About my mom before she left us.
You didn't want to go with her?
It's not like that. La Revolucion comes first, that's all.
You must wish you could see her, though.
Viva la Revolucion.
But I know I'll see her again when this is all over. Somehow, I just know it. When I do, me and my mom and papa are all going to live together again. At least that's what I thought. Now,
Hang in there, Chico. Your sister needs you.
Okay.
Okay, we got more Che glazing.
Have you ever heard, shoot, coward? You're only going to kill a man.
Che's last words. He'd been captured in Bolivia and said it to the soldiers just as they were about to execute him.
El Che. He was something, wasn't he? Coming up with a line like that knowing he was about to die.
After the Cuban Revolution, Che gave up his position in the new government to aid in revolutions in other countries. He knew he could die at any time, and he was ready for it.
Me? I couldn't even take a little torture.
But you've been reborn as an hombre nuevo. Right, Chico?
Right.
Right, Chico.
Don't you ever get lonely, living away from your mom?
Not really. My compas are my family now. A lot of them are from the same village as me.
So you had plenty of people to take care of you.
Take care of me? I'm a warrior, like any other Sandinista. We look out for each other. That is how it works.
Sorry. Guess I misspoke.
Now we're scattered because of that colibri.
Yeah, you did, Snake.
Wonder where everybody went. Hey, Snake. If you see any Frente prisoners, please, you gotta get them out, okay? Those guys
I've done
are
that.
solid.
I got all of them,
Everyone.
almost all of them.
You could use them in MSF. Hey, Snake. Are there any jobs for me here at Mother Base? I can do anything.
You don't have to work, you know.
Don't treat me like a kid. I'm a man now.
Okay, then. What are you good at?
Let me think. Everything. Put me on
Just good at
any
reading about
team.
UFOs.
I can pull my own weight.
Well, you are young. You'll probably be a fast learner. I'll think of something.
Anything you need, boss. You'll see. I can fight as good as anybody.
I think we put him in Intel, didn't we?
Yes. Pretty sure we did.
Hey, what's with all this sighing? You're not your usual self.
Oh, Snake.
Something on your mind?
Huh? No, not really. I guess. Hey, Snake. Girls are funny, you know?
Hilarious.
You can never tell what they're thinking. They're always doing their own thing. Maybe they really are different from us men.
Whoa, what's this about now? Chico, do you have a crush on somebody?
No, it's not
No.
that. I just...
No.
What? Go ahead, you can talk to me.
Whenever I talk to Paz, my heart starts pounding and everything I say comes out wrong.
Paz? I guess she is pretty close to your age.
That ever happened to you, Snake?
Well, sure.
No, never.
Happens to everybody.
Well, how do I talk to her?
That is a tough one. Why don't you try, talking to her like you talk to everybody else?
No, it doesn't work. I freeze up every time I'm around her. Our eyes meet and my face starts burning for some reason.
It's like living on the battlefield. You just have to get used to it. You're nervous at first, but the more you're out there, the more natural it feels. Get your courage up and go talk to her more often.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you just go talk to her?
Girls are more full of mysteries than UMAs.
Oh, you got that right.
You should start talking to her about these UMAs. She might be interested. You never know.
Snake, legend has it. A place called Isla del Monstruo is near Costa Rica.
Isla del Monstruo?
It was discovered in the 18th century by Caribbean pirates sailing over to the Pacific. And the island in Treasure Island is based on one near Costa Rica, too.
Treasure Island. I remember reading that.
You've read it, too?
You can read?
That makes things easier. In Nicaragua, we too have a story about a group of pirates that encountered a flying monster out at sea. Some even say they landed on this monster island, though we still don't know exactly where it is. That's the reason I've always wanted to come to Costa Rica.
Monarch?
I see.
Ooh, I heard another story about a talking cat that lives somewhere in Costa Rica. They say it'll take you to this place.
Interesting stuff.
Want to know more about the island?
Maybe later. If I'm headed that way, you can fill me in.
Okay, just let me know.
Actually yawned.
Snake is done with Chico's
I'm sure they've been at it for
point.
hours.
Does this say
Also,
what,
Snake's an old
number this
man.
is? Doesn't matter. Alright, let's do another mission or two. Target demolition. Actually, let me look at... I want to see something real quick. I'm looking at something on the side. Okay, I see it. Target demolition.
Let's get this mission started.
Yeah. Do I have C4? Yes, I do. I should be fine. Look at the designated targets. There's just one target. Try not to get spotted.
Don't get spotted.
Does this say where I'm starting? I guess we can ask Miller about C4.
To destroy the barricade north of the village, you'll need Composition 4 explosive. You've handled C4 before, right, Snake?
Yeah. I've been a
You know how
regular
to
user
use
since
this,
the
right?
days of C3.
C3. Oh yeah, I remember. That stuff got brittle and useless in cold temperatures, so they upgraded. C4's a moldable plastic explosive. It's very stable and won't explode without a special detonator. Light it on fire and all it does is burn.
A lot of American soldiers in Vietnam used to use it as fuel.
Place it near the barricade and move to a safe location. Then hit the detonator button to blow it up.
I'm on it.
So you're not going to mention that? I feel like that would be a very Kojima thing to do, is to mention that C4 is in fact edible. You can eat it.
You can eat.
You shouldn't eat it, but you can.
La CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too.
You can say that about a lot
all
of things.
to produce its
It's
drugs.
true.
It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafetal aroma encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try some, Snake.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over. Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew wasn't big on coffee. English. Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious.
I'm not a fan of coffee. I don't like coffee.
Sabotaging enemy bases is another principle of guerrilla warfare. You
But
will
I've
need
spoken about that
explosives
before, so.
for that. And naturally, once they detonate, the enemy will know you're there. So you need to make sure you have enough time to get to safety before they go off. Best to plan your escape route before you go and plant the explosives.
Okay. Nothing else going on here. Let's start the mission.
Mission start.
I'm gonna just freeze everybody before I even set the explosive anyway, so it doesn't matter. Freeze.
Destroy all enemy supplies with your C4.
Like this guy.
Freeze.
Alright, now that I know how to freeze people, it is making the game, quite a bit easier. Be intel. Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Freeze.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
D, you know what? I'll take a D intel. We need more intel people in general, so I'll just take more intel. That's fine.
Fulton
Over
recovery
here.
subject
Nope.
confirmed onboard helicopter.
There's a guy in the tower there. Does he have a helmet on? He might, which means I need to do this.
I'm seeing things.
I'm seeing double. 4 snakes.
4 snakes.
I'll just wait for him to go to Sleepland. Okay. I was gonna shoot him again, but it's fine. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got.
Freeze.
What? Meh. I'm not gonna pick up this guy. We already know that we're kind of over capped on R&D right now. Nobody else around. I don't see anybody, so there we are.
Yes. Now get over to the goal.
Get to the goal.
Break the target.
I knew you could do it. Piece of cake, right?
I always believed in you, Snake.
Believe in the me that believes in you, Snake. Hey, I'll take an A. They're both intels, which is great. We need more intels.
Feel myself getting smarter.
I'm getting smarter every day. Rhesus. We got a monkey. We got a monkey running the intel. Rhesus needs to be convinced, so instead we have Ovenbird.
Ovenbird.
Alright, what else we got? Hold up. Hey, I could do this. I know how to do this now. No killing, no knocking out, no tranquilizing.
Ooh.
I get a banana. I get a banana. The banana will automatically be equipped. This is a mission. Do not play with your food.
Let's get this mission.
I have to see if there's any briefings for this. Oh, I don't think this is going to mention the banana.
You need to get behind them without being seen.
I have been just getting close enough where it gives me the like grapple icon and then doing it. That seems to be working so far.
His buddies attack you though. Make sure you get them when they're alone, and be careful you don't shoot them by mistake. Kill a soldier here, and you fail the mission.
How? We have a banana.
Playa del Alba means Beach of Dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
Beach of Dawn, huh? Perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here. It is paradise on earth.
Yeah, guess I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this.
And then all the turtles get picked up by birds as they try to make it to the ocean. They all die.
The circle of life.
Bosque del Alba means Forest of Dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the floor. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This isn't my first trip to a jungle.
This is my first rodeo.
Snake, this is not a rodeo.
The supply base is situated on elevated ground by the coast.
Never mind.
I heard them call it Puerto del Alba, Port of Dawn. They have perfect visibility of the area from up there. We did our best to sneak in undetected, but one of the guards spotted us and we...
What is it?
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask Professor Galvez the rest.
It's okay. You've been through a lot.
I am sorry. I just cannot.
You did great, Paz. I won't let your efforts go wasted.
Alright, nobody else to ask about this, so let's go use our banana to stick people up.
You're sticking what in their banana?
Get control of all the enemies by holding them up. Hold up all enemies. If you're discovered, the mission's over.
Alright, I don't think that I can get any of these people. I'm not sure. You know what? Let's try it. See if he's even worth getting at all. No. Be medical. I'm gonna risk it for this. Let's see. This is fail the mission. It didn't mention anything about Fultoning them. It only mentioned killing or tranquilizing them.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Nice. That's a sniper, I believe. I might be wrong.
So they just stay that way?
Yep. Apparently in this game, once you hold someone up, that's it. They're like that forever. Like,
unless there's someone else nearby.
It's possible. I don't remember if someone else can do it, but like basically, you know, tranquilizers wear off after a while. Sticking someone up does not wear off. So they're just forever held up.
Freeze.
Banana.
I'll take a C-med.
Freeze.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I'm not gonna bother with C-missile. We don't really need that many missiles anymore.
Are you like phantom shooting with that banana?
Phantom shooting?
Yeah, like he's going pew pew.
No, he's not.
Well, hold up someone else, and I see him like jerk as if he's shooting them.
Freeze.
No, he's just following like where they are. No, not a C. I'm only going for B anymore. See where this guy goes. All right.
Freeze.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
Meh.
Mission complete. The folks
Mission
back at Mother Base
complete.
will be thrilled.
Completed. What do I get? A B? Only a B? Man. Did I get a banana? Did I actually?
Did you?
I clicked off of it too fast. Banana
Yeah.
rank 1.
Wait, so
It's
you
only
can,
4,000
what happens
bucks.
when you rank it up?
I don't know. Intense hostility. All right, first of all, med team, mess hall, intel. Then it's a weapon. Banana. A delicious
sure is
fruit
a
in
ripe
botanical
banana.
terms. Technically a vegetable. From the plantations of Costa Rica, low in calories and high in vitamins, minerals, and dietary fiber, is an excellent source of nutrition. Many people know the banana chiefly as a snack or dessert or as an ingredient in baked goods, but in some countries and regions it is a staple food. Its shape vaguely resembles that of a gun. With a bit of skill, you could even use it to hold someone up. Maybe.
Well, as long as they don't see you, they'll think it's a gun.
Got it. We got the banana. Also, we got level 3 of this, which is great. We have level 4 potentially unlocked, but we need lots more R&D, lots more medical and intel. Don't know that that's going to happen. Base defense. 20 soldiers.
Let's get this.
I think I'll just go as it is. I can't hold them up. I'm gonna have to actually shoot them, and if I need to, I can just use CQC and such. We'll see.
Snake unleashed.
Last one we did, we had to use a MSF soldier. This time it looks like we can just use Snake.
Neutralize all
Well, I'm sorry, what was that?
attackers.
I think I need to stop them from getting in here. I am failing at this. I can't. Why can't I hit this guy?
The enemy's taken over one of the bases.
Get out of here. Taking it back over. I think this might be a mode in Metal Gear Online. It's kind of like this.
Yeah, I was gonna say this seems like oddly like multiplayer coded.
Yeah. I see you back there. Oh, there we go. There we go. Just real quick, look inside here if I see things. There we go. Oh, didn't drop anything. I don't have a lot of ammo left. Just looking around for pickups. Excuse me.
Back ASAP.
Right. You. Thank you. Ah, how did I miss that? I only have one trank left. They're not like shooting me, which is kind of funny. There we go. Well, get it. So at least two more. At least two more. There are two more, specifically. Oh, that's it. I guess those two were just the ones I shot.
You did it.
I did it. It might be time. It might be time for another one. Hey, that's not bad.
Snake, I got another report from the R&D team. They finished converting Mother Base into a hex plant. MSF's capabilities are up across the board, too. Our combat team's contracts keep increasing. We're seeing action on a daily basis, and we're raking in a ton of GMP. Now this is how a business is supposed to look. At this rate,
is it?
The sky's the limit. We're just getting started, Snake. Keep up the great work.
Great, special report has arrived. What's the special report?
You mean what Miller had to say? It wasn't the special report?
We got the banana.
The special report was the banana research is finished.
A new plant has been built. That's it. That's the special report. There we go. I mean, it all looks just industrial stuff to me. Like, I don't know what all these do. I get anybody? Oh yeah. Combat. Yes. I guess it's not yet time. It's not yet time for the next mission yet. It's fine. We got other stuff going. I'm not gonna do the date with Paz. We can battle a tank. We can battle a chopper. We can battle another tank. We can battle LAV type G. We can battle an attack chopper. We can battle the pupa again.
The pupa.
Which I am probably gonna do because we do need a head
this is a
still.
high-risk mission. You'll be facing some powerful opposition, but it's nothing you can't handle.
Believe in yourself.
Apparently, each part of an AI weapon is connected to a memory board inside the AI pod. Destroying a part will release the lock on the memory board. After that, climb in the pod and you'll be able to grab whichever boards you've unlocked. Only thing is, any parts you destroy can't be collected and reused, so you'll have to decide which is more important.
So I read about getting parts and AI boards. Basically, if you want parts, generally you'll want to not hit them very much. Apparently you have to hit them a little bit, is what I've heard, but like you don't want to destroy them. And thus you need to try to focus all of your fire on the AI pod to take down the enemy. If you want AI boards, then you do want to destroy the parts and do as much damage as you can, and then that will open them up when you go inside at the end of the fight. So if we want a head, I don't want to do a huge amount of damage to the head. Which we need. We still need a head. I think the head is the only kind of main part that we still need. But I think that I read if we want the railgun, this one doesn't have a railgun, so we don't have to worry about it. But in the future, when we want a railgun, I think have to do like either little or no damage to a railgun to get it. So.
Watch out! It's El Galapago. It reduces its body weight by blasting air underneath it. That makes it a lot faster than any tank. It also has a tight turning radius.
Any weak points?
Taking out its boosters could reduce its acceleration. You could also try destroying its machine guns.
This is the
We've lost many compas.
Shagohod like.
Send it to the scrapyard.
Gun.
Shagohod light.
I was about to say Gundam. Shagohod like Metal Gear.
The pupa increases its mobility by using compressed air to hover its rear section. It moves by means of its treads and boosters. Those boosters also provide the propulsion needed for high-speed movement.
So if I take out the boosters, it won't be able to charge.
Right. I suppose you could also avoid its attacks by lying down beneath it. The pupa is also equipped with electrical shock units. It uses these devices, they look like lightning rods, to direct discharge.
Guess I should pull the plug on those too.
Good idea. What else?
Just kill everything, Snake.
As with all AI machines, you can incapacitate the entire unit by taking out the AI itself. If you can get the hatch open and climb inside, you can pull out the memory boards. Lights out AI. We may be able to use those boards for ourselves. If you can, try and get inside the AI pod and have a crack at it. You won't be able to do that until you've damaged it enough to stop it from moving first.
Got it.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do, because I do want to get the head, but I think a lot of the time the AI thing is attached to the head.
Combat.
We're going for battle.
Combat.
I am gonna try doing a full explosive loadout and see how this goes. I'll take the banana. Oh. I can hold it up, right? This will be the last thing we do tonight, I think. I really thought that tonight was going to be the last one. I thought we'd just do a couple things until I read apparently there's more stuff. So we are going to be playing this next week. and prepare for more of those taped codec calls, because we are going to listen to more of them. I hope that's okay. If people are okay with that. How are you enjoying them, Lost Joke?
They are a strange thing. Some of them are quite long.
Now, is the head the kind of flat area just under the AI pod? Is that what that is?
Does it tell you what you're shooting at?
It does when you hit it, but it's like it's letter coded. I think S is the head. Jesus. Alright, it didn't actually hit me, but oops, I can't move. Okay.
Engaging shock units.
Huh. I might. Perfect. Jesus! I was not expecting it to get me immediately. I am not doing a huge amount of damage. It's coming out of that one. Ta-da! I shouldn't have fired. It's fine.
You were eating greedy.
Engaging shock units.
Oops. No. Get up, Snake.
Good job, Snake.
Nope, that didn't work. I thought maybe.
You missed.
I got one more shot, then I have to re-up. Oops. Well, this isn't what I want. Ta-da! God. Probably not the best place to be. Oh. Did it.
Target locked.
Nope. I think I just need to like not move when she does that.
Doesn't seem to be any tracking.
Ah, you. Let me load my stupid thing. God damn it.
Shock output at maximum. Engaging shock units.
Ah, I missed.
Firing boosters.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Tell them to hurry up.
With quickness.
Give me one ration.
Just in case you get a little hungry.
I do have some other food, but huh? I'm really not doing that much damage to this thing. Sick moves, bruh.
Grind the lip.
Ah. I don't know where a good place is. There's no good place right here.
Shock output at maximum. Engaging shock units.
I guess this is fine.
You're safe, mostly.
No. Whee!
Engaging shock units.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Please? Okay. Just wait, she's about to move anyway. Okay. She hasn't moved. Maybe up there.
Surprise!
Stop.
I mean, I really don't know what we're supposed to do as far as like dealing the most damage.
Yeah. Ow. Honestly, if this thing just like friggin' like ran around like crazy, it would just kill me. Like there should be nothing I could do. Ooh. I mean, it's happening. It's just taking forever.
I feel like there's enough padding for this fight with it going off into the back rooms.
Ow. God. It's like friggin' short over here to decide where it's gonna come back in.
Anytime you like to join the fight again.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I'm just gonna lay here. Okay. Yeah.
Commencing jump.
Ta-da! Huh? Oh, I thought I was safe here because the ground wasn't lit up. Apparently, that's not actually the safe zone. I thought, oh, I figured it out. I missed. I knew it. I knew it as soon as I like fired. I was like, oh, I missed it. Might as well just do this now.
Just preload. Cardboard.
Welcome. Ow. Got it. I was pretty sure I wasn't gonna get that.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Shock output at maximum. Shock me.
Alright, I just need to get like away from them as much as I can. Which is what I thought initially, but then I started seeing like stuff on the ground. I was like, oh, could it be? The answer is no, it could not.
So close.
Shock units.
There. Ow. Yes?
Shock output at maximum. Shock me.
Ah, yeah, I get it. Yay! Oh. No. Uh-oh.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Ah. Thank you. Oh, fuck off. No, why did they hit me?
Just to prove that it can.
Shock output at maximum. Engaging shock units.
Oh, are you kidding me? All that time! All that time! These boss fights are too long! They're too long!
There's too much padding.
All that time. And the thing is, I had a ration and I used it. Why did that kill me? Why did that kill me, Lost Joke?
I don't know, maybe you got hit twice.
Also, I thought I was in a safe spot. Apparently not. I don't know how to tell, like, really quickly that there's a safe spot. I thought that it was, like, the glowing on the ground, but I tried that, and it didn't work. Well, this is what we're doing next week. So, hope everybody enjoy. I guess I'll look up and see again how to do it, but, like, man, I thought for sure we were there. We were like 90% there. I was almost dead, or almost done.
Yeah, you were almost dead.
I was almost dead as well. We are going to be playing this for at least, I'm going to go ahead and call it, I'm going to say probably 2 weeks. I think we have 2 more weeks before we can actually be done with this. I know how many of these missions there are, and there's a number more. Plus, of course, we have to play extra missions between these to unlock the next one. Plus, we still need to fully kit out our Metal Gear, which means I actually do, in fact, need to at least get ahead from this fight or another Metal Gear fight. And we need the railgun from the Chrysalis fight, which we haven't unlocked yet. I'm not sure if the story one counts. But yeah, we're it's gonna be a while. So hopefully everybody's enjoying it. I'm enjoying the conversations. We will listen to more conversations next week as well. Hopefully that's okay. Hopefully people will enjoy the conversations. You have anything to say, Lost Joe?
No, I don't have anything to say.
Okay, well. Goodbye.
Goodbye.